Live. Oh, still muted. Technical difficulties. Okay, great. So we're live. Technical difficulties should be gone. So that's what happens when you live stream, ladies and gentlemen. So tech setup is back. We've got a wonderful set of channel reviews for you today. These are being done by Super Chat. Super Chat rules are in the description of the video. For those of you watching the replay, welcome, welcome. We try to do channel reviews on Fridays. If I have my way, we do Monday monetization streams where we talk about being a full-time content creator, ways to make money online, not just with YouTube, but YouTube, social media, digital downloads, e-commerce, affiliate marketing, sponsorships, big one for content creators. Content creators make their full-time income primarily from sponsorships, especially if you're a YouTube creator. So we try to talk all things creator economy. We try to do workshop Wednesdays where we do practical advice and strategy sessions. That's the goal for Wednesdays when we do go live there, so you know the schedule. And Fridays, if we can do it, if I'm not traveling, what we try to do is we try to do Friday channel reviews so that those of you who submit super chats can get 5 minutes or so of your channel reviewed so that you can get at least one practical tip. I will compliment you on one thing you're doing right. I will give you a criticism on one thing that's holding you back and that you need to do better, and a piece of actionable advice that you can implement right now to make improvement. So that's how we do the super chats. The super chats are $20 a pop, and I will do them in 5 minutes or less of reviewing your channel and giving you feedback, like I said, on something you're doing well, something that absolutely needs to improve right now that is holding you back or is hurting you, and then something that I believe is actionable advice that you can take right now to improve. So that's how we're doing that. Like I said, monetization Mondays, we'll talk about money. Monday, monetization Mondays. Workshop Wednesdays, we're going to do strategy sessions so that you know how to perform proper content strategy. We'll workshop things. It could be titles, could be thumbnails, it could be how do we build better titles with ChatGPT? Could be a Photoshop workshop on thumbnails. We've done that before. You all have driven the workshop we did on thumbnail design all the way, I believe, to 700,000 views, I believe, right now. I can check that. I can actually check on that. I think you guys have driven that to 600 to 700,000 views, which is amazing. Thank you for that. So if I sort by most viewed under the live stream pan, oh my, I was wrong. You guys have driven, sorry, it's not the thumbnail workshop. It's the merchandise workshop. We did one on designing merchandise and selling merchandise. That's the one I'm thinking of. You all have driven the how to make and sell merchandise free workshop that we did. That was a 3.5 hour workshop. You all have driven that to 832,000 views in the last 2 years, and it still is getting hundreds of views per day right now. That's wild. Thank you for all of that. And as for our thumbnail workshop, you guys have driven the one of those to 200,000 for the thumbnail workshop. The titles workshop, you guys drove that last year to 72,000 views, and you drove the free thumbnail workshop from 9 months ago. You guys have driven that 3 hour, 40-minute workshop to 55,000 views on YouTube as a live stream. So that's actually incredible. Somebody asked, Nardvillain asked, how many subscribers did that merchandise workshop get me? If I look at my analytics, that workshop for subscribers drove 5,500 subscribers to the workshop, and in its lifetime, that workshop drove $11,000 in YouTube revenue from the YouTube Partner Program over the last 2 years. So again, thank you. Well, going on 3 years now, going on 3 years, not quite there yet, but thank you all for that. And again, that workshop is still available to you guys. You can drive it up to 1 million views if you want to, but that's great. How many views were on the title workshop? The title workshop was how to make better YouTube titles with ChatGPT. That's from a year ago, and that's at 72,000 views. and that brought us subscribers to the channel. If you guys wanted to know, that brought us 584 new subscribers to the channel, and that one earned $901.23 of revenue. So again, that one's also still getting views, not as many as it did. More people cared about thumbnails than titles, and more people cared about merch than anything, which is crazy. But like I said, just so you understand what goes on with the channel and what the streaming schedule is, that's the streaming schedule. We'll do regular videos that answer your questions. We do some of those and we keep them short, like we did on the copyright one. A lot of you asked about copyright music. We did a video about it last week, or this week, I think it was. It was this week. We did a video, 2 videos on copyright music for your YouTube channels, how to use it legally. And we did one on the best royalty-free websites. Those I know will do better in search. They always do well in search. They'll slow burn and get like 2,000 views their first week, and then they'll just get 100 to 300 views a day over the course of 2 to 3 years, and they'll go up. Same thing happened with the green screen tutorial that we did that was under 2 minutes. So you guys are free to use those. So that's what we did. And we also, for those, we used Linkin Park to prove that you can use copyright-free music if you license it properly. So that's what we did, and we used my favorite band, Linkin Park. We used the music that was part of young Roberto's emo phase to do that. So now you guys know what's going on. I think you know the rules and what's going on. We got a compliment here from Nova Fox 64. Your title and thumbnail workshops are great. I didn't even know what a good and clear title and thumbnail was before that workshop. Well, thank you for that, Nova Fox 64. Definitely appreciate you. Cat Fit says, no, I mean, what's the price? Those workshops are on the live tab of YouTube, and they cost you $0, and those workshops are free, believe it or not. We have 3-hour workshops that are free, that are better than somebody's $500 courses in many cases on this YouTube channel, where they are complete workshops where I literally walk you through and show you the process of doing something in real time. And we workshopped those. So the workshops are free. If you're talking about the channel reviews for the super chats, channel reviews, the rules are in the description. It's $20. I'll let the people who did $19.99 slide because YouTube is wonky like that. So we appreciate you, and we're going to jump right into those here. Just wanted to do some quick housekeeping on this stuff so that we know the rules, and so you guys know what the streaming schedule is looking like, what videos are coming up here in the near future. Also want to shout out for the channel reviews our friends at oneof10.com. We have a link with a discount code for you. They were generous enough to give us 2 discount codes. There's a 50% off discount code for one of 10 if you want to use them. And you can use code Roberto and get 50% off. And that discount is a continuous discount. And if you want a free trial from them, and it's, I believe, a 30-day free trial, you can use code AWESOME at checkout, and that gets you 30 days free, so you can try before you buy. So thank you to our good friends over at oneof10.com. We appreciate them. Link is in the description. It's an affiliate link. They are a sponsor. They're helping us out with these channel reviews, and that's why we can do them weekly here, and I appreciate them and all of the support. They're also a really good tool. I'll explain how to use them later in the show. What we're going to do is we're going to kick off our channel reviews with our friend over here, Nardvillain, who is in the gaming niche, largely doing Sims content, has been doing it for a long time. He's actually been someone who has submitted a channel review to the show before and has improved. Not too long ago, crossed 100,000 subscribers. I remember I reached out to you and I gave you some advice on X in DMs about things you could do that would grow you. I think back then you were at 30 or 40,000. You can remind me in the chat if I'm getting this correct, but I think that just a year or two ago, you were, I think maybe it was a year ago, I think you were at like around 40,000 or less subscribers. I think there were some things that you executed on that we've talked about, both in your channel reviews in the past and off of some things I DM'd to you that I think would be an improvement. And I think that since then you ended up growing considerably more. So you can just correct me if I have the story correct, Nardvillain, in the chat. You're saying, yeah, about 40K or so. Yeah, so it's possible. 40K or so. He's at 100,000 now. So let's go ahead and take a look at the channel. And we'll start with this as our first Super Chat channel review here. So, first of all, again, congrats on 100K. And look at that. 1,200 videos. Took me about 800 videos to get the same result, but again, completely possible. So very good. Now let's start out with I'm going to start with the compliments. Then we'll move on to minor criticisms. I'm going to start the clock here. Wish I had something here in StreamYard that could give me a clock for these things so that we can look at my concise ability to do critiques and reviews. So what I'm going to show you here is that I feel, and I can just make these a little bit bigger so you guys can see what's going on. So I feel for Nardvillain that your thumbnails have definitely improved to a large degree, but in many cases they could be better. Packaging is everything, but I do want to compliment you because these are your original thumbnails. This is how we started. This is how it started. You guys can see that. Very modest. Just, 3, 4 years ago. Like, it is what it is. But this is how it's going. So good on you for leveling up the packaging of your thumbnails and taking that very, very seriously. So makes sense to me. Now, what I will say as a point of something that I think is hurting you is when you do videos that exist outside of doing Sims related content. And we've talked about this before. I think that you should build, since you're very, very, very passionate about gaming and you're an older content creator doing gaming in the gaming space, and that's fine, and that's kind of a cozy content niche for older and retro gamers. The reality is, we know what will do well for your channel. You have successfully done videos that got massive views for you in the past. And I would revisit themes and styles of videos that get over 10K views, and I would be focusing exclusively on what was appealing about these videos to the overwhelming majority of people. And then I would keep 20%. So I'd do 80% of that, and I'd keep 20% of it for content you want to do. But when you do things that are outside of Sims, it doesn't do well for the channel. If you want to play games and do things outside of Sims, I'm going to recommend another gaming channel, and that you live stream and multi-stream on Twitch, and that you do a gaming channel where you stream a lot. And I'm also going to recommend that for Sims content that you do I'm going to recommend something that you wouldn't expect from me. I'm going to recommend that you do daily or near daily live streams of Sims content that goes on for at least 1 hour to 90 minutes. Here's my reason. And I'm still only 2 minutes into your review. So here's my reason for a strategy for you. If you do daily or near daily live streams of Sims content, it keeps you hyper relevant and expands your content portfolio. And as you've seen with my live streams are working in YouTube and are being recommended by the algorithm. 90% of the views on my live streams are all from suggested videos. Long form live streams get pushed in the suggested videos algorithm largely for the next up page for passive viewers who like watching long form content. The other reason I'm going to recommend this of near daily live stream Sims content for you, and by the way, any of you who are YouTube gamers, this is a good strategy, and you're going to see why in a minute. The reason you do live streams nearly daily as a gaming creator, and I actually coach someone who did this successfully, it's Juicy J. Now he does Clash Royale, which means he's also getting to abuse the vertical live streams, having extra reach in the shorts feed. So that was a strategy we came up with in the early days of vertical live streams. I don't think shorts are hurting you. We'll get to that in a minute. I don't think shorts are hurting you. So here's my answer to that, because I don't think shorts are hurting you, to be honest. I think, again, if you're going to do shorts, though, I don't think doing your stand-up comedy bit for shorts. I think if you want to do the stand-up comedy stuff, the stand-up comedy, do that on TikTok and Instagram and build a personal brand around you on TikTok and Instagram. This channel, in my view, this channel needs to be a Sims channel. Then I think you can become a variety streamer on Twitch and play whatever games you want. And you can simulcast that with a secondary YouTube channel that is for you doing whatever gaming you want outside of this channel. There are several reasons for that. But with the live streaming daily or near daily, like I was saying, the reason that you're going to do that is because if you live stream nearly daily and any of you are gamers, you can apply this advice that I'm giving to Nardvillain. One, you can multi-stream even then to a Twitch channel, and you might be able to grow a following passive there, combine your chats, combine your audience. You might even find ways that you might be able to reformat and then simulcast on TikTok or something as well. And so that will help you grow those other platforms and monetize those other platforms. Okay. So that's part of why you're going to do this and why it makes sense. The other reason is you're going to go back in after you've live streamed for 90 minutes. If you're playing a widescreen game, you do it in widescreen. If it's a vertical game, like a mobile game, you do it in vertical. But if you do this and then afterward, you go into monetization in the settings for that video, you go back and you don't let YouTube do the auto ad placement. You go back into a 90-minute live stream and you do ad placements every 10 to 15 minutes. Now, YouTube won't necessarily play an ad every 10 to 15 minutes, but in a gaming content channel, if you do a replay of the gaming and people end up watching the gameplay replays, and YouTube is using the suggested algorithm, and it's mostly people who passively watch on their phone, on their TV, letting things play in the background for the YouTube next up, then you have created a cash cow. You've created a cash cow by using your gameplay and doing live streams daily for 90 minutes of your gameplay. You now have turned a low CPM niche like gaming into something that has a daily cash cow to it, to where you're getting higher RPMs and you're making really good money off of this. And then it's a back catalog of evergreen content of gameplay that people can watch that's also making you money, and it's farming passive views, passive ad revenue, possibly even passive subscribers. When you go live, you make the chat on the YouTube side subscribers only, and that will increase the amount of subscribers you are getting every single day because it's subscribers only in the chat. By multi-streaming, you're using an alert system across multiple social media platforms to let people know you're live, and they know the best viewing experiences on YouTube, and you can tell them that in the live stream. This gets them to YouTube live stream. Then when they see the chat is subscribers only, if they haven't subscribed, they turn on subscribe. You could be using this to farm 30 plus new subscribers a day. 30 plus new subscribers a day would be enough to be able to get you, out of just the live streaming, an extra 900 to 1,000 new subscribers a month you might not otherwise get. More subscribers may not feel like it's meaningful, but it does help with sponsorship, and it shows you have growth metrics for your channel growing. The live streams might, and they just might, lower your theoretical average views per upload, but it doesn't matter because it also creates a situation where your channel views every month are compounding and going up, which makes your channel show growth. Between subscriber growth and channel monthly view growth, it signals to brands that your channel is on upward trajectory. This helps with brand deal negotiations more than you might think, and it lets you argue against the average views per upload in favor of just larger exposure and that you're positively growing and moving up and not down. So that helps you. The other thing it helps you with is the ad revenue, like I said, because the replays have those manual ad placements that are farming money, and you're doing that every day. You also need gameplay footage as a gaming channel anyway. I've coached like 50 to 100 gamers a year, so I already know this stuff, right? So here's the thing. The thing that comes from that is now You also have the footage from being live because you can use your external recorder to live stream the footage, which farms footage for your regular videos. So then you have footage you need for edited videos anyway. You have something if you wanted to make shorts out of those instead of dedicated shorts, which you could still do dedicated shorts. You could use that to make repurposed content. And again, you can multi-stream at the same time across your platforms. So you're getting notifications, you're getting donations across multiple platforms, passive ad revenue across multiple platforms, growing multiple platforms. That's why for gamers, I recommend daily streaming for 90 minutes to 2 hours. Not more than that, because then I want you to be able to go back and farm and edit your footage and clip your footage and clip things from your stream. Part of that could also just be a pause from the game to engage with your audience. So if you engage with your audience, then you also are building a stronger community and you could jump the number of subscribers. So now we're talking 30 to 100 new subscribers every single month from live streams that have subscribers only mode on them for the chat. And now there's a reason to subscribe, and it creates and fosters returning viewers. Those returning viewers will have your other content promoted to them more in the YouTube algorithm, because if they're watching you for long periods during your live streams, you're taking up a longer viewer session, so it's going to push the recommendations up. So I'm going to recommend for you and gamers like you in general, daily or near daily live streamings for all the reasons I said, because it can increase reach, it can increase reputation in terms of growing subscribers and deeper community, deeper connection, deeper involvement with your chat, and it can drastically increase revenue when you go back and manually do the ad placements every 10 to 15 minutes. So that is my review for Nardvillain. He got some extra time because he was the first one to donate and because he's a long time subscriber to the channel. So we got Nardvillain a couple of extra minutes there on the clock, but would love to know, chat, what you think of that channel review and what you think of that advice. And do you think that that's good advice in general for gaming channels to be able to take advantage of everything that YouTube offers? What do you all think? How was that one? Oh my God, thanks. Brilliant. Great live tips. Yep, absolutely. So yeah, and thank you guys for all the super chats. We are really trucking along with those. Appreciate y'all. It does help support the channel, even with YouTube taking 30%, Apple taking 30%, and Uncle Sam taking their 20% afterward. Every little bit helps. So yeah, and I enjoy doing these. So we're having a lot of fun here. But also for monetization, all y'all just need to remember that, yeah, it does be like that on the money and taxes side of the house. So yeah. So Poverty to Paradise, thank you for the $50 super chat. Poverty to Paradise says, started in June, request pointers to improve CTR, average is 4.51%. That's actually really good already. To increase views, I use Adobe Express for thumbnails, not bad. DaVinci for editing, and TubeBuddy for titles. Thanks for all you do. Great. So Linnell, Poverty to Paradise. When it comes to titles, there are good things that you can do with TubeBuddy and vidIQ, but for titles, do not rely on their scoring metrics for titles. Only look for things like search volume and competition on the titles and topics. Do not, and for any of you, do not use SEO scoring tools. Do not use the scores. What you want to look for is the raw numbers. And the reason you want to look for the raw numbers is the raw numbers tell you how many people are interested in the topic during a given month. And you want to look at competition scores because you want to know how competitive the topic is in your niche and whether you're fighting an uphill battle or whether there's an opportunity where there's high attention, low competition. Oh, that's a sweet spot. Go for it. There's a gap in the market. So what you want to do is you want to look for gaps in the market, and you want to look for low to moderate competition and high levels of attention. That's what you want to use those SEO style tools for. You don't necessarily want to use them for their SEO ranking or scoring capabilities because that's not relevant to the way that modern YouTube works. You want to tap more when it comes in the titles into emotion, and you want to find titles that, yes, you want to focus on a keyword, but not for SEO, not in the way that you think. It is SEO, but not in the way you think. It's not algorithm SEO. You want human SEO. One day I will do a workshop on YouTube SEO very soon. It'll be a workshop Wednesday. The reason I say this, and then we're going to get to your channel review, but I want to teach everyone this lesson first. I want everyone to get this lesson before we go into your channel. And that way I can give you extra time on the clock that way. Is the lesson that we want to learn is we want a keyword based on it being relevant to the culture behind our audience avatar for our niche. So how do people who watch the content or share the audience you have, how do they word or talk about things? What is a keyword or key phrase that matters to them? For us here in this audience, guess what it is? Small YouTuber, new YouTuber, content strategy, YouTube advice, monetization. Those are keywords and keyword phrases that immediately you identify with and trigger and that we all use. Brand deal, sponsorship, we use those things. So we know that that is meaningful and important to us as a community and that we understand what those words mean. So you want to use the language, the vernacular, the lexicon, the culture that your audience associates with, and then you want to tie strong emotional and identity triggers to that in the title. The thing that we teach in the Awesome Creator Academy Pro Group is something we call the clicks method. Concise language and title, so usually under 70 characters unless it is a tutorial of some kind or a big education thing. Keep it under 70 characters because that's the cutoff and truncation for YouTube on the homepage. So we want to optimize for the homepage. We keep it concise at under 70 characters for our title. Then we leverage psychology. So we do that to, again, use triggers and incite people to an emotion, a feeling of some kind, or a primal need. Then we want to invoke the identity of the viewer and say, this is for you. First-time home buyer, small business owner, small YouTuber, people over 40, hey, people on Social Security, hey, people trying to do keto. We use an identity that has to relate to the audience in some way so they know, oh, this is for me. It filters all the other content down to the bias established by identity bias. So we go, oh, that's for me. Everything else is for general audiences and broad. No, this is for me specifically. So in the case of something entertainment wise, if you are a Star Wars person and you are just specifically a fan of the Old Republic, when you see something about Darth Kraya or Darth Nihilus, you know, oh, that's Old Republic. That's for me. It's not for just every Star Wars fan. That's for like an OG Old Republic, Knights of the Old Republic, or SWO fan. So you know those kind of things. So you want it to play to identity. Then you want to, for the other C in the clicks method, you want to make sure that you're cultivating emotion. So you want some strong emotional connection from the audience with the title. That's why someone will go, I would do this today if I were broke. It's an identity play, but it's also a strong emotional place to be in. Okay. Or when there's a transformation, it's like, I lost 30 pounds in 90 days doing this. There's a journey there that someone now has a strong emotional value to. Like, there's all kinds of ways to definitely make sure that you're cultivating or creating emotion in the viewer. And then it's the keywords. Like I said, you focus on a keyword that they would care about. And then the final piece of the puzzle is the S in the clicks method, status and social proof. So I just gave you guys kind of a brief premise of title strategy and how we address that. I'm going to go into Poverty to Paradise's channel here now and see how we can learn from that and apply it. But I wanted to give you guys that brief lecture on this because I want us to all operate from the same information. And I want you guys to operate from the information that I teach my students in the Academy Pro group. So, you know, and I was happy to also do that because Poverty of Paradise was so generous with a $50 super chat that I think it merited the extra lesson there before we get into the review. So going to the review, let's find something that's working here that's actually really good that we can complement, and then we'll get into constructive criticism right afterward. So the first thing I will compliment is your consistency. Your consistency is very strong in terms of you consistently posting multiple times a week, it looks like. You also have 24,000 subscribers with 136 videos. Not an easy feat. I didn't pull that off. I don't know that I even got to 10,000 subscribers off my first 100 videos. I probably just barely might have gotten to 10,000 subscribers after my first 200 videos. So, in that regard, you're off to a stronger start than I was when I started YouTube. You have some popular videos here that have clearly gotten views and resonated with people. I also like that your YouTube channel itself actually invokes a strong emotional trigger. Poverty, from poverty to paradise. By itself, that represents a transformation. It's a strong phrase and trigger for people. It has an identity built into it. So even your YouTube channel name and title is actually using aspects of the clicks method in the sense that, okay, this is a concise thing. It's straight to the point. It's leveraging psychology and human behavior. It has an identity play in it. It cultivates a strong emotional trigger. It has a keyword that people relate to, poverty, in there. And then the transformation of poverty to paradise conveys a status or social proof in the sense that shows a transformation and a change in status, or that you can go on this journey the way that I did and achieve something. And so that's enticing. So there's a lot just right in the framing of your channel, which is why you were able to go from 136 videos and get to 24,000 subscribers, even though I wasn't ever able to do that. So, like I said, that's a compliment. That's a strong start. Here's the thing that I think is holding you back the most. It's the packaging of the thumbnails. Now, don't get me wrong. Look at this. Even with not the strongest thumbnails that I would normally give maybe a 2 out of 5 in their aesthetic value and in their appeal, you're winning largely, I would say, on your titles and your topic, and you probably are cultivating returning viewers. I would argue that the reason you have a 5.1 CTR, despite the fact that your thumbnails could be better, but they are strong thumbnails for the fact I'm sure you put them together in Canva. So there's aspects of them that are strong, but they could be a little bit better. There are things you're doing right here, and there are things that we could adjust. But even your most popular videos didn't have the strongest thumbnails overall, but they did what I think might be the most important thing. They conveyed social proof because they're realistic thumbnails where you are showing that you went on these massive cruises. And when they get into the video, even the hover over kind of shows that this is real and this is legit and that it's not clickbait and it's not fake. So the reason that these videos succeeded in spite of weaker packaging is the aspects of packaging that they did nail. They nailed very well. And I would argue that status and social proof, even though it's the last part of both the clicks framework and the vibes framework, which for thumbnails is visually attractive at a glance, interesting story at a glance, bold colors and text, eye-catching elements, at least 3 of them, and status and social proof in the thumbnail. That's the vibes method in addition to the clicks method. So the vibes framework and the clicks method, the most important aspect of them that wins in most cases is the status and social proof piece. So since it's the status and social proof thing, please, the before and after of living the dream, I sold everything to live on a cruise ship. That accomplishes, even though the thumbnail itself doesn't look great and there are parts with it that are hard to read, it establishes status and social proof through, and it attracts the viewer with interesting story at a glance by showing a transformation of before and after. It's not as strong on visually being attractive and aesthetically being attractive. There are aspects of bold text and colors that it fails on in terms of readability, even though it tries. Um, but it wins in spite of itself because of the title also being strong enough. The thing that should encourage everybody is that you can get great views, even if your thumbnails are not perfect, if the topic and title are strong enough. And if they convey interesting ideas and stories alongside status and social proof. To increase your click-through rate, since that's what you specifically asked about, my recommendation, and I think you're getting there, I think the San Juan, and by the way, I was in San Juan just 2 weeks ago. I went on the first vacation I've taken in 5 years. Um, so I went for about a week, 10 days, something like that. The thing about this is getting closer to being a more aesthetically attractive and correct thumbnail. It shows status and social proof. There's the cruise ship. It's a better photo. I don't think you have to be a great designer. I think when the photography is stronger, that this works. The same thing with the 15 cruise tips for first-time cruisers. This thumbnail has more easily read text. It conveys the point. It's much more attractive. It's a realistic photo, and the colors are bold, eye-catching, but we can read the text much more clearly. Moving from that yellow and purple to red, white, and blue was the right call, and it's making everything much more readable. Same thing with your double your cruise fund. So you're getting closer and closer. If the photography can get a little bit better, and if in some cases you can make sure that it's easy to read at a glance with the type, then it will do well. The Drug Dogs in Paradise one, the title is not really strong compared to the other ones, and it doesn't convey what value is to the viewer. It's a video that feels like it might have just been posted to be posted. The other thing that is happening here is the text is not really readable against that image, and the image doesn't really convey any interesting idea, and it's hard to see what's going on in there. So that is something that makes that particular one weak. You're getting a lot closer with your thumbnails in these last two, and those will probably start to have stronger click-through rates. By the way, none of you can judge a video purely on click-through rates. And the reason is because while the rule of thumb is you're doing really, really well if you get double-digit click-through rates like 10% or higher, it doesn't matter if the impressions on the video are lower. If the impressions on the video are lower, you have less opportunity to win. I'll give you a primary example. The click-through rate on the video that I told you was a live stream that had a massive amount of, a good amount of views even, 70,000 view live stream. That 70,000 view live stream had an average overall click-through rate of less than 1%. It had a 0.81% click-through rate. However, there are instances where on individual days, it could get a 12% click-through rate. So the thing is, you can't always judge click-through rate to determine what the views are going to be. The impressions matter more. That video did well, as do any of my videos when they get 1 million impressions. So the thing is, a 1% click-through rate on 1 million impressions gets me close to 100,000 views. Having a higher click-through rate but less impressions doesn't help me. Impressions give me the most opportunity, and if I have more impressions, my click-through rate can be lower and it not hurt me. My video with 800,000 views, it has a 0.9% click-through rate, but it got 17 million impressions. So impressions would matter more. I don't need click-through rates to be high or double digits. They can even be lower than 1 and 2%, and I could still get 100,000 to 1 million views as long as I'm getting 1 million to 10 million impressions. So do not judge click-through rate by itself. Look for what videos are getting the most impressions and make more videos around the topics and similar titles that get high impressions for you. I think if you do that, and if you are consistent posting multiple times a week with thumbnails of the higher quality and topics that are getting more impressions, and you move to the red, white, and blue theme that's working for you, away from the purple and yellow theme, that you will do really well. And you have some outlier videos that get thousands of views in under a month. And so just start making sure you're focusing on that packaging, and I think you'll be fine. I think that you figured out the titles and topics that most people in your audience would care about, could care about. You're getting a lot of views without the editing or production having to be over the top or fancy. So there's a great opportunity here. So those are my thoughts on your channel. Hopefully you found those tips to be helpful. And again, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. So hopefully, Linnell, you found that extremely helpful. We're going to move on to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one. So, yeah. So, in the meantime, chat, what do you guys think? We have a question here from Jamie, and this one is not a channel review. This one's just a question. I'm having a film contest on my channel and their sponsors. Would it be a good idea to drive traffic through my members page on my channel to submit? Okay. I don't think the issue is the traffic. I think the issue is that whether or not the submissions for the film contest are only available to members. If you're using that as a filter, it would slow down the number of people who submit. So I would want to rethink that potentially, Jamie, in terms of driving traffic for it. The thing that would drive it for like a film contest is if you helped it out by doing some kind of screening, maybe. And maybe there's a live streaming, there's a an ongoing live stream or even a marathon where you do a screening of the submissions sent by your audience and you do it as a marathon. Maybe you co-host the marathon with somebody before you pick winners for the contest and stuff like that. And then that drives more traffic, more attention. You mentioned the sponsor in that. So the thing is, you didn't work all the details of something like this in my mind out with the sponsors. I don't know all the details. Um, I don't think that you worked out the sponsor paying enough money for there to be an in-person screening where you rent out a small local theater to do a movie premiere for the winner and the runner-up, which would have been a dope event thing by itself. So the thing is, there was a bigger play that you could have made here. I don't know what the sponsor is or how much money they were willing to put behind this, but you could have done a much bigger deal. Maybe that's something you do in the future. But there's a lot that you could be done with that. That would be very, very creative, drive more traffic, drive more spectacle. Could even, if you did rent out a local movie theater, do this a screening for the winner and the runner up and do a red carpet for them at a small local theater, could have driven publicity, local news, radio, newspaper. You'd be surprised if that stuff gets picked up, if it ends up on the front page of Reddit. It's enough to make you go viral. There are people who have literally run up their channel to like 100,000 or more subscribers because of local press and media, because people are looking for human interest stories. So you'd be surprised at the kind of opportunities that can come from that. So just keep that in mind. And that is a thought around that. Everybody, real quick, we're going to briefly play a commercial for my book because I need to get something to drink so that my voice doesn't die. So we're just going to really quickly play the trailer for my book as our little intermission, let's say, while I get a drink. I finally did it. I finished my book, Create Something Awesome, How Content Creators Are Profiting from Their Passion in the Creator Economy. The book is available now in paperback and in Kindle, where you can read it on any e-reader or device. And I'm really excited about this. The audiobook is coming soon, probably October 2022. Oh my God, it's so great to be able to have this book done, put it up on the bookshelf, and to know that all of you who appreciate it, you want to hear what I have to say about the creator economy, becoming a full-time content creator, and what the experience and lifestyle of being a content creator actually is like. This is the book. I put 20 chapters in here of the most important things I think that content creators could be focusing on today. I talk about the mental health aspect of being a content creator, getting discouraged, imposter syndrome, not charging what you're worth, and mostly actionable advice around monetizing your content properly, but also how to build an audience on your authenticity and what it's really like to start from zero, even today. So if you're interested, make sure you're checking out the book. You can order it on Amazon. You also probably order it in a lot of other places like Barnes & Noble, and it will be coming to other bookstores soon. Really excited about it. Thank you for all the support and love around the book and the positive reviews. Now go ahead and pick it up and make sure you go out there and create something awesome today. Take care. Oh, the ad finished before I got back. Sorry about that. Hopefully, I wasn't gone too long after the ad finished, but yeah, had to get something to drink. I'm out of, wait a minute. Yeah, this is fine. I'm out of coconut water, so I had to settle for Tropicana orange juice here. Yeah, that's fine. Pretty sure that's fine. Never know these days. So yeah. So hopefully you guys weren't too long for a break while I was out. Let's see. Servant of Christ says, I've been listening to Roberto forever. I always gain value. Glad to see he's doing well. Still trying to help people. Great job, bro. Keep it up. Thank you. Appreciate that. Jamie Fenn says, haven't posted the announcement on my channel yet, but you made some good points about a marathon. Thanks. Yep. Hopefully that was good for you guys. What's the best way to buy your book? What's most beneficial for me? Best thing you can do is if you buy my book on Amazon, leave a review. If you want to buy it from Barnes and Noble or Target, that's fine. I still get similar revenue on that. But the most important thing is to also leave me a review wherever you're buying it. Please leave a review. That's the most important thing. For those who are interested or want to kind of preview the book a little bit before they buy it, they can preview the book by way of Google Books. Google Books, I made 40% of the book available to be previewed in Google Books. I did that so people can't make the argument of wasting their time or being disappointed if they were really serious about trying to see if the book is worthwhile before they buy it. But yeah, that's the best way to do it. SSPDiving says, just bought the book. I'm 3 chapters in. Great. Would love to know what you think. Again, please leave a review of the book. That always helps me. So yeah, we're moving to SSPDiving. And he's saying, I'm seeing a drop in views after trying new content. I hate to stick to one topic, but Ocean Gate is the only thing bringing in the masses. Thanks, Roberto. Okay, so you just have to think about what about Ocean Gate is bringing in the masses. I don't think you have to be a dedicated channel to Ocean Gate. Like we said, there's because I do think there are other things that can perform on your channel. So let's just take a peek at what's going on. So again, you're a commercial diver and scuba guy, like we said. You're at 11,000 subscribers off of 138 videos. Congratulations. And you do a lot of cool stuff. So here's the thing, though. It's not about sticking to one topic. It's about understanding why people watch what they watch. So here's the thing. You have gotten views without only focusing on Ocean Gate. Look at this. From a month ago, you did the UFOs thing, which there are naval officers and people who have seen the UFOs, and you got 100,000 views on that. The Ocean Gate thing only got 12 views. So what you're saying here about the Ocean Gate is the only thing bringing in the masses, that's not true. You got it off this UFO thing. Now, were you able to keep getting those kind of views off of the UFO thing? Probably not. You know that there was a thing with drones and UAPs and UFOs going on a while ago. You did the Ocean Gate thing, and I see where that series continues to get views, and investigating that continues to get views. So it's not that's the only thing bringing in views. It just gets you more views than other things, but it's not the only thing. And you already have evidence of that. Look at this one from 3 months ago. super yacht, investigating the Bayasin super yacht. You did an hour-long video on it, and it's the most viewed video you've done, and it has over 100,000 views, and that was 3 months ago. The same thing with explaining the orbs. So what you need is you need things that are really interesting, really weird. Here's the thing. You haven't done a series, to my knowledge, on the super yacht the way that you did on the Ocean Gate stuff. So if you did, maybe that would be bringing in comparable views. You have to find other tragedies. And here's the thing. You leverage Deep Sea Diver explains. That is really good social proof to back up the status and awareness of these things that people are familiar with. NASA's evidence was the social proof that was in this title. So the thing is, you have the capacity to get views. In the last month and last 3 months, you got the most views on videos you've ever gotten without even the Ocean Gate being a part of it. Now, from 3 months ago, there was a video that's in your top ones that broke through in a way that others haven't in years, but it's only in your top four. It's not even your top three. And the rest of these in your top 10, not all of them are Ocean Gate either. A lot of them are. A good chunk of them are. The overwhelming majority that have a certain amount of views are. But it is possible for you to get to views without Ocean Gate. It is that you have to say Deep Sea Diver explains this thing or that thing, and that would be credibility. But then it also needs to be something that people really care about. Because look at this. You did an Ocean Gate video a month ago. It doesn't even have close to the views that these other two non-Ocean Gate things have. So an Ocean Gate video got 10 times less views than these other topics. So you're not pigeonholed to Ocean Gate. What you have to do is take advantage of things that have mainstream awareness or insight. Look into right now the communities of people looking into declassified information. Find naval and underwater tragedies and cases and odd occurrences that were recently declassified over the last 5 years, and find the communities of people in places like Reddit and on forums that are spinning all kinds of wild stories or fascinated or obsessed with these declassified pieces of information that are happening at sea. There are a lot of them regarding UAPs. There are a lot of them required, like even with eyewitness accounts of sea monsters and things that have been declassified, giant squids, krakens. There's all kinds of interesting, and again, by being able to say Deep Sea Diver explains, you're leveraging social proof, because then it's not just some weird fact of the day person on YouTube. It's someone who actually goes underwater and deep sea dives for a living and understands this kind of thing and has spent 1,000 hours underwater. So I would make the argument that that is the thing that would massively benefit you. And yeah, we'll do 25 of these channel reviews total. So there's like room for, I think, two more. I believe the mods can let me know. I think we have space for two more to honor, maybe three, because we reached our super chat goal for channel reviews, I think, because um we only had two super chat questions, and the other 20 were all channel review submissions. So we reached our goal. So we have room for three more super chatters to through, like, no, wait, sorry, not three more. We have room for five more super chatters to ask for channel reviews, and we'll go ahead and we'll knock those out tonight. We'll spend a little bit extra time, but yeah. But again, I hope this is making sense to you, SSPDiving, because you're not pigeonholed, you're not stuck. Your topic selection is the issue. You can continue the Ocean Gate series, and I think you should, with a new Ocean Gate video maybe once a month for a while until you hit a part 12. Then you might even do a mega video where you combine all of them into the ultimate um documentary and then people might just put that on in the background all day or something like that. So then that can still keep getting views. But go ahead and drop an Ocean Gate video once a month for, since I guess you're up to part 6 for the next 6 months. And then unless there's new information or a new angle, you can move on. But you can get views on other things. You just need to pick things that capture the imagination and are borderline conspiracy, that come from things like being able to be an ocean diver that explains this topic that is now some weird declassified thing or conspiracy thing that people are obsessed with, and tap into very passionate, obsessed communities that care about very specific information and knowledge and would not be able to get it from an expert. It died makes sense. I think I knew I wasn't pigeonholed. I just got discouraged. Yeah, sometimes um you just need encouragement. Brian Adamson, the rules for the channel reviews are in the description. Drop a $20 or higher super chat with, also, if you have a specific question about your channel that you want addressed in your review. And we have room for like 5 more of them, because we hit a specific goal where I said, yeah, you know what? If we hit that goal, we'll do 5 more. So um, actually now I think, yeah, it's still 5. We still have room for 5 more. So, yep. Yeah. And Servant of Christ just gave SSPDiving an idea for a video, saying a great video for that channel would be what my life is like after spending 1,000 hours underwater. I would title that slightly differently of I would title that slightly differently as I spent 1,000 hours underwater as a deep sea diver. This is what happened, you know? So yeah, I spent 1,000 hours underwater as a deep sea diver. This is what happened. Because that's really intriguing if the phrasing is that way, because it hits all the keywords and it gets to the point faster of I spent 1,000 hours underwater. So that's a bold claim already where there's skepticism, but you say as a deep sea diver, and then, oh, well, that makes sense. But the thumbnail has to be you in your full gear or underwater. It can't be just your face on camera thumbnail. It has to be like an interesting position with you in the gear, and we can clearly see it, and a good photo of that, so that people get the point and that, oh, this is legit. Oh, I've never thought of, like, oh, well, what is his life like, um, and stuff like that. So that would be very good. Um, and that would be really smart. And I love that idea for you. And that's the other thing I love about this community. I love about the fact in this community, you don't just learn from me, you get to learn from other people, even just in the chat. And I think that's really dope. And I think that's different about a lot of what we do. So kudos and great job with everybody coming through and helping each other out here in the comment section. I think that's dope. Yeah. Jamie, you're fine. People can ask questions in super chats that aren't related to channel reviews. Channel reviews are just specifically $20 super chats. But if someone wants to ask a question and wants to drop a $2, $5, or $10 super chat, I have no issue with that. It's fine. And it helps me prioritize a question I might not be able to prioritize otherwise. Quilton Quillets just dropped a $10 super sticker just to say thank you, I think. And Jamie, you had another super chat. Yes, film contestants would have to submit through the community tab via Google link. Just wanted to weed out people who are not serious. Yeah, I totally get that. I think you could argue for prioritizing people through channel members. You will get less submissions, but you could prioritize channel members not for winning, but for reviewing theirs first or prioritizing them and saying we will only review so many submissions with priority being given to channel members. Hopefully that makes sense and hopefully that answers a bit of your question. At some point when I'm doing the super chat questions where I'm reading your super chats in the future, in the near future, I think I'm just going to get another monitor and then move and pop out the chat. And then if I pop out the chat only to the right underneath the camera here, so I can then read the super chats and read the questions, and then I can look directly to camera while I'm doing it on this side. I think eventually that's how I'm going to do it, and I think that's just going to give us a better experience and setup. So yeah. But in the meantime, let's get to our next channel review here because we got quite a few of them to get through. We got a lot of them to get through, and we'll try and keep them as on point as we can. I don't know how many mods we have in the chat. I might need to upgrade some new people to mods to help keep track of things and to let people know what's going on and different things like that. I think right now we only have room for 3 more channel reviews, and then we'll have to close them out and just deliver on the ones we have left. But we have one here from GameLife 44. Really appreciate feedback. Okay, yeah, we can do this. GameLife 44. All right, so small gaming channel. Let's pop you up on screen here. All right. So GameLife 44. 150 videos, 630 subscribers, PS5 and mobile gaming content. Typically in your situation, best thing is to pick one or the other. Let's see. I'm gonna prescribe to you the thing that I was saying for Nardvillain as a gamer is consider doing daily or near daily live streams for about 90 minutes or so, an hour if that's all you can manage. You have to get footage and gameplay footage anyway. So since you do, and you also want to play the games for fun anyway, you might as well stream an hour to an hour and a half every day with a community and at least monetize it that time. Um, I will say that these thumbnail templates are actually pretty decent for you and for what the game is. They're not bad. They're actually pretty well done. Maybe a 3 out of 5 to a 4 out of 5 in some cases. So, not bad. For a small channel, you're actually pulling really good views, to be honest with you. You're pulling excellent views for a small channel. So, well done. If your big problem is turning viewers into subscribers, you need to be asking for the subscribe about like, halfway. If you're making a short video for 4 or 5 minutes, you need to ask for the subscribe at some point in the video. It looks like these might be clips from gameplay or something like that. And it looks like your editing is really on point. You're capturing the thing. You might voice over or ask for a subscribe. If nothing else, if these are shorter, just ask for a subscribe at the end of the video, even though it's only probably 20 to 30% of the people watching at the end. If you can get them to subscribe, you'll convert faster. For the views you're getting, honestly, you should be over 1,000 subscribers and monetized already. Um, Even off these 150 views. I think it's just because the audience is younger and you're not asking for the subscribe. If you do not tell people to subscribe, people say, "Oh, you don't have to ask for the subscribe. They'll just do it. They get it." No, they don't. And if y'all are watching right now and you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. It actually helps the channel and it costs you $0. So there you go. Ask for it. Ask for it. Now, you've managed, interestingly enough, to be able to do a couple of different games and get views and succeed. If you're going to do mobile games, and there are mobile games, I would make the argument that maybe you can incorporate some of these because it doesn't also feel like those got as many views, and you might have moved on from a lot of those. Um, you're pulling off, I think for you, as long as they are exclusively first person shooter games, and these thumbnails are actually pretty clever, but some of them were too cluttered. Your older thumbnails were not as strong. So kudos to the success you've done over the last 2 years in upgrading and leveling up there. Um, what I would tell you is right now, what you're doing is overwhelmingly working. What you're doing is overwhelmingly working. And it feels like you've hit your stride in Helldivers 2. And I know it can feel like you'll be stuck or trapped if you only focus on Helldivers 2. I would tell you that I think that Helldivers 2 content is overwhelmingly doing better for you than COD Mobile. Um, I think as much as it seems like a hassle, if you want to play COD Mobile and you really like it, I would argue that you can consolidate your gameplay through a Twitch channel and multi-stream to YouTube and Twitch in many cases, but I would start a Call of Duty mobile channel. And the reason I would start a Call of Duty mobile channel is this reason. You could stream gameplay of that for like an hour a day and stream gameplay of Helldivers 2 for an hour to an hour and a half. That gives you about solid 2 to 3 hours of gameplay a day. Then what I would also be doing for you is I would be taking advantage on the Call of Duty mobile channel of YouTube Shorts and potentially do a second stream key on YouTube Shorts and on TikTok where you do a vertical live stream while you're doing your regular widescreen version of a live stream on the Call of Duty channel. The reason I'm splitting them up is so that you can benefit from multi-streaming to Twitch and be a variety Twitch streamer, but make individual YouTube channels and multi-stream on YouTube channels dedicated to one game, but now give people a bigger experience of each game because you can live stream and be community with them on YouTube and Twitch and maybe even Kick at the same time. Do the extra prep work to vertical live stream to TikTok so you can take advantage of that and make more money. You'll be making money on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok at the same time. You can have two monetized YouTube channels that are easily able to get their watch time hours with live streams. You'll be able to get broader reach by doing a vertical live stream to YouTube and TikTok for these games, and then still doing a horizontal live stream to farm the footage, get the most out of it. And so you get to actually double dip twice, double dip on watch time as well. And it's all within YouTube's terms of service and guidelines and perfectly legal from YouTube's perspective. And so you can get more watch time, get monetized faster, make more money, get more views, get more ad revenue, increase overall channel views, overall channel reach, increase the subscriber potential, let people choose the format they want to watch in and the feed they want to watch in, double your feed exposure and impressions on YouTube alone, and then benefit from Twitch and TikTok at the same time. That's my advanced strategy for you. And the reason I say this, by the way, is again, when it came to Clash Royale and people like Juicy J, again, there was a strategy we put together for him where he was able to take advantage of the vertical live streaming and it blew up his channel. And he's killing it with ad revenue, super chats, and subscriber growth. And it's not even close. So I think you can do the same thing to a degree with these first person shooters, but I want you to split them up as YouTube channels, but consolidate them as Twitch streams as a variety streamer there. And I want you to consolidate them on TikTok as a first person shooter channel in TikTok. And then you get to benefit from the multiple revenue stream opportunity by parsing out a vertical stream for YouTube Shorts and TikTok, a regular horizontal stream for YouTube and Twitch. And now you're farming views, farming money, farming followers and subscribers, and you're doing it in the most efficient way possible. And now you get to clip the clips for that for YouTube Shorts and for regular videos on YouTube and for VODs on Twitch. So you get to farm clips from that too. And now you get to make a lot more money. And this definitely gets you into monetization for everything. So that's my advanced strategy for you. And by the way, that's my general advanced strategy for gamers that do like first person shooters or do certain types of content. I think it works better for like first person shooters, things where you might be able to become a ranked gamer. And definitely for mobile gaming, this also works. So that would be my thought around that. And yeah, it looks like we just hit our limit for channel reviews? I think we did. Let me just verify that. 1, 2, 3. We only have room for one more channel review. Um, and when I say one more room, I mean one more submission. We're going to continue to do the channel reviews we have in the queue. So hopefully that was helpful for you, Game Life 44. And for any of the gamers in the audience watching the replay, hopefully you understand the strategy now. This is my advanced strategy for farming. It's a macro farming gaming strategy. Um, so hopefully you guys like that. Um, Katie Ukulele, we're at 24 because we had some question only super chats. So we're at 24. We only have room for one more. We have room for one more channel review and then we close it up. And actually, Katie, I need to upgrade you to mod. Let me see if I can do that here. It used to give me a thing where I could click on your name right here in the chat and immediately click on you and make you a mod. I don't know why it's not doing that. Yeah. But no, Katie, I'm happy to make you a mod. I'll probably just do it after this stream. There's some other people I'd like to make mods. I can make you a mod. I can make Nardvillain a mod. I can make a couple of people mods. Official gameplay stud. Also, this is their third super chat on a live stream, so congratulations. Yeah, thank you for that. So we have a bunch of the super chats here that we're going to get to. So, like I said, we will get to them, but hopefully, you guys are finding the advice helpful so far, even if it's not your channel being reviewed. So we have Life with Spirits. It's an interesting name. Life with Spirits. Life with Spirit. Eventually, we'll probably clip these channel reviews. We'll probably end up clipping these channel reviews and putting them on the highlights channel. I haven't updated the highlights channel in a while, but we will be doing that because I'm just gonna probably use Opus Clip to clip a lot of these. Um, yeah. So let's see. Life with Spirit. Hi, Roberto. Purchased a Google ad for my channel in November. Got 2K subs. Before that, I was not getting even over 800-ish subs. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Well, it looks like you have a bunch of subscribers now. Oh wait, Life with Spirit. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong channel. Sorry about that. Give me a second. Wrong channel. Let's see. It gave me Life is Spiritual when I looked up your channel. Because it doesn't, unfortunately, when you guys super chat, it doesn't let me click directly into your channel, unfortunately. So it's like I have to look at it and hope YouTube gives me the right channel when I search, or I have to run filters. So apologies. And that's especially if your channel isn't the handle for your name and your name is different than your handle, because YouTube is just weird like that. Let's see what we can do. Give me a moment here. Let's see what we can do about finding your channel. Because YouTube isn't helping us with finding your channel. Hey, Technically T, what's up? So let's see what we can do. It's so annoying that it doesn't let me go directly to your channel by clicking on your name. So I just have to hunt it down here in YouTube and hope for the best. Ah, finally found it. There we go. Sheesh, YouTube. There we go. Okay. So in general, by the way, just a heads up, I don't recommend you guys buy Google Ads for your YouTube channel because once you turn them off, it becomes hard to grow organically. You can use it to, in theory, jump your channel, jump subscribers when you're feeling discouraged, but I do not recommend doing that at all. I do not recommend it. It's just that it does help YouTubers feel they can get off the struggle bus, but I do not recommend buying ads. Usually makes it harder to get organic views later. Um, Makes it hard to get organic views later. But let's look at your channel. Life with Spirit. Hi, I'm Wendy. My channel here talk about living your very best life after 50. Okay. You know what might be good for you? Maybe if the channel is Life with Spirit after 50 is the channel name here. Um, Maybe that would also signal to your tribe what you're about, and then it speaks more to their identity. And I think putting life after 50 in every title in parentheses also would signal to your tribe. So that's a piece of immediate actionable advice that would help you. Thumbnails, thumbnails, thumbnails. What can we say about this? Let me find also again, let me compliment you on some of your content. One, very hard to put yourself out there in general, especially for content where you're directly, talking about age and aging. So, and putting yourself out there and making authentic content, very hard overall to do. And also, you've made 241 videos. So kudos on the consistency. That's a decent, healthy amount of videos for doing this for about 4 years. And right now you're being consistent, putting out something at least about once a week. And you're doing what looks like some great charity work. Here's what it looks like you're doing. It looks like you're doing a lot of variety content. And what I would say is the thing that can help you with this variety content is if after 50, life after 50 is in the title of every video. Also, for things like when you want to do updates on, oh, here's something about my YouTube channel or something, that should be more of a members only thing. Most people will find that their audience doesn't care about their YouTube journey. Sorry to say. The audiences that tend to care about that tend to be younger audiences, so it's not really your demographic. And the views reflected that. Um, so I think that all of your titles need to say life after 50 so that people who are over 50 or approaching 50 can identify with it. I think life with spirit after 50 being the channel name would actually also help consolidate your tribe more. And then I think it also makes it more relevant because 6 things I stopped doing in 2025, that's not a great title, but 6 bad habits I after stopped in 2025, life after 50 is much more interesting because people are all about kicking bad habits, specifically as New Year's resolutions. So that title would have been better. And so 6 bad habits I quit in 2025. Life after 50 is a stronger title. It's stronger because quitting bad habits is a trigger for people. It's also a code switch in status of I'm becoming a better person. And the word bad habits and quitting are strong emotional triggers. Life After 50 is the identity play, like we talked about. It's still a concise enough title. And again, you can see the psychology we'd be taking advantage of there. The other thing is just you're doing good with the poses. The photos just need to be better. And again, you need to pop off the background. study your Canva skills up a bit more to just make sure that you are popping in these thumbnails when you're doing these poses. Pick a consistent font and stick to that font and do not use other fonts. That would help. And again, if you're going to do variety vlog-like content, the thing that allows you to do that is if you just completely commit to harnessing the tribe around the after 50 theme. And then for doing variety content after 50, I think you still have to build some basic content pillars and themes that can be consistent because I just don't think you can get consistent views trying to get people to care about every single thing that you're doing with your life. So I would pick very specific things. I would say for things where you want to talk about whatever you want to talk about, those have to be the Life After 50 vlogs. And so that'll be mostly for returning viewers, and you have to accept that the views on those will vary. So it's the Life After 50 vlogs. After that, I think it may be because the audience is probably going to be women. It's going to be um, beauty advice after 50. You talked about being single, so like dating or being single advice after 50. That's a lifestyle play. Finance after 50. Um, so so again, a lot of the stuff you want to talk about is beauty, and some of it looks like it can be weight loss and fitness. So fitness after 50, beauty after 50, dating after 50, finance after 50. Those are uh four good content pillars for you to build out in our content pillar strategy. We usually do 5 or 6. And then the other one is for you being able to talk more openly just about whatever you want to or your journey. Those become the vlogs, and those become just the living my best life after 50. So those just become what the vlogs are like. Um, the rest of this kind of fits more into those content pillars, like I said, and then you could just scrap anything that doesn't. Um, and then, like I said, your things like hauls fit into just the vlog like content after 50. But again, those will be a very much your mileage will vary on views. The other things at least have the ability to have broader reach. So hopefully you take that advice with a little bit of a grain of salt, and hopefully you found that to be helpful. All right, and now channel reviews are officially closed because now we've hit our threshold on those. So we've definitely hit the threshold on those. We're gonna power through the rest of these. We have a question though. Can you elaborate on the ads make organic viewership harder later on point? If we did a sprizzy early on, is that going to hurt us? Or a YouTube promo at some point, is it going to downrank our stuff? It's not going to downrank your stuff. It's that if you got viewership through buying ads, you have no algorithmic connection to those viewers unless they absolutely subscribed to you or they watched right afterward a video organically on their own. If they did not watch another video from you after the paid ad view or immediately subscribe to you, you have no algorithmic connection to that viewer. The reason YouTube did this is to keep things fair, because the thing I could do is, let's say I was a big YouTuber. If I'm a big YouTuber and I found a viral small YouTuber that's going big, and I just bought a bunch of ads on their channel, I could hijack this small YouTuber blowing up. I could hijack their new audience that they're blowing up around because I have more money than them. YouTube doesn't let me do that. It doesn't let me do that as a ad buyer. It doesn't let me do that as a corporation, because if those people do not immediately watch more of my content immediately, I do not have an organic algorithmic connection to that audience to keep me from stealing and poaching that audience and cheating the algorithm with money. That's the reason why buying ads does not benefit you for long-term organic views. The only way it would is if somehow, some way, You got the overwhelming majority of those people to immediately watch a video organically on your channel right after that. Usually two. If you don't do that, it is a waste of money. And most of you cannot pull that off. Therefore, it would be a waste of money for you. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that helps. Yeah. Well, Katie, I think at 24 we can just do the 24 that we have, and or maybe we have one more after that. Oh, it looks like we got Brian after that, so we'll just count Brian's, and that closes us out. So yeah, since that one was just a question. Let's see. Yep. So the next one is living luxury for less. Okay. Love that name. That's a good name. Living luxury for less. It's a good title. That's a good channel name. Wow. 214 subscribers. Yes, sirree. Let's go. All right, would love a review. So first of all, I love this branding. I just would love for you to somehow, some way extend the background here. It's optimized for mobile, but also a lot of this is hard to read. Um, Either way, but I do know it's optimized for mobile. But if you could just like extend this is gorgeous, but just fill it out. I love that you have a website. You create individual you're creative individuals whose passion for lives teach others how to live creatively. Okay. And I guess you're teaching them how to access luxury for less, as you would say. So, right off the bat, a lot of these thumbnails are really good, but a couple of them run into the problem of being hard to read. So I would address that for sure. But good job here overall. Again, 214,000 subscribers. Well done. I know that content creators love to talk about their content journey, but we just keep seeing more and more evidence that unless it's your sole focus and that's the audience does not care. So this is the kind of content that I would make for members only, for people who will watch anything that you make. So again, I know a lot of you wish you could talk more and you want to have more creator friends to talk about and you want to talk about your creator journeys. I'm going to recommend for most of you just make that members only content for the people who really, really care about you, or find another one of your platforms to talk about that on, like Instagram or X, because on your YouTube channel, it doesn't really do you any good. And a lot of you are seeing it and wondering, why is it I don't get views when I talk about my creator journey? It's like, so I just would scrap it from your content catalog and make those kind of things members only. So overall, I think you do a great job in thumbnails. I just think that sometimes you're making them hard to read and you're mixing too many fonts. Sometimes less is more. And I think the strongest thing that actually is really good for you is strong photography based thumbnails. I think do really well. If we look at your most popular content, that kind of proves that out, even though people think that style of thumbnail is outdated. It's actually not. The style of thumbnail that focuses on photography, especially when you do products, if you do strong product photography, and if you do haul videos and things that show large amounts of items, and if these things would make good Instagram posts, they make good thumbnails when you're targeting product. So the thing is, stop thinking like a YouTuber in your case and in this niche. And for luxury items and things like this, and events and backdrops and all of these other things, start thinking like the kind of person who is doing Instagram photography and product photography for magazines. Start thinking like a Instagram and magazine photographer and stop thinking like a YouTuber when it comes to your thumbnails, because that's what was working for these gorgeous videos that have over 100,000 views. They're aesthetically very practical and would have worked on Instagram just as much as they do on YouTube. And that's why they did so well on YouTube. So go back to this, but then improve the photography aspect of this, which is something most YouTubers don't have, especially most YouTubers doing your content, and focus on things that would represent product photography and event photography and magazine and editorial photography styles. And you'll find that that will attract more views. Again, this one was even a year ago, and look at this, 60,000 views. Great for your channel. Um, and that was even just a couple of months ago. So, yeah, 40th birthday party ideas for men, all black sneaker ball. Like, again, gorgeous photography in this. If the text were gone, it makes for a good Instagram photo or layout. Wedding planning, same thing. So you moved away from something that was clearly working because I think you were looking too hard at what YouTubers are doing. And the thing is, you were standing out when you weren't doing things that look like what a YouTuber would do. And it was more compelling when you weren't doing what a YouTuber would do. The baby shower one is much closer to it, but again, we cannot read the majority of the text here. It might have been more powerful without the text at all because we would have seen more of what was going on. And I think that was a gorgeous photo. I almost worry that the text takes away from it. So sometimes you don't have to use text at all. A lot of you might have noticed I've gone to using little or no text in a lot of cases. Think about that. Even I have gotten to the point of using very little or no text at all. So it is something to think about. Let's see here. And actually, for the layout, do I have a version of the layout that puts me on the right-hand side instead of the left-hand side? 'Cause I think I'd prefer that. Do I have one of those? I forgot. That one's all one way. Ah, there we go. Yeah. And when I do camera angle number 2, that looks better because sometimes I forget that reverse YouTube flips and reverses that. I forget that. So there we go. But yeah, so I feel that the stronger thumbnail style is very photocentric for you. So I would not move away from that. In fact, I would go back to that. Sometimes large text can be helpful. Sometimes it's not. And yes, Brian, you did get in for a review, Brian Adamson. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Um, so yeah. Scale and Train has a no more than 3 words or no words equals works everywhere when auto dubbing is fully rolled out. Yeah, basically. That's true. There are instances of less can be more. So that's something that really ultimately, I think if you, in this case, get away from as much of the text and you focus on the photography is what was killing it for you and was doing such a great job. Again, look at how this went. I don't think the text in this all white 50th wedding anniversary one even matters because again, we can't even read it in most cases, but the aesthetic and the gorgeous photo of you guys in this is what's selling the idea here. With this one, I don't think because we can't even read everything from the timestamp for the DIY vinyl dance floor, it's the photography that's selling it. It's the aesthetic that's selling it. It is not the text in that thumbnail. So just keep that in mind. It is very, very much a less is more, and it is more photography is driving everything. Even in this, now this one we can read it with the 40th birthday party decor and ideas. But again, the title is doing a lot of the work here, but it's doing it in combination with the fact that there's a lot that we can see going on here that's pretty elegant in this photography background. And I say this as someone who was an event photographer, by the way. and a portrait photographer, this is what is selling it. So for you, Instagram level aesthetics is the answer to your YouTube thumbnail strategy. Don't think like someone who is doing um Canva centric YouTube styles. It really is the photography. The photography is what's doing it. And I think that that can definitely get you more views. And I think that the photography and less text sells the luxury and glamour angle you're going for. You know that the highest glamour brands and luxury brands, they use a minimalist approach as well. They use a minimalist approach as well. There will be no more channel reviews after that last one that came in, so don't anyone do any or try it because we're not we're not doing them. I've set a limit. We're keeping my limit. So if anybody doesn't follow the rules here or doesn't read the ticker that says no more channel reviews, they are now closed. It's not on me, and you have the chat as my witness. It's not on me. To be nice, what we'll do is we'll figure out doing them on the next time, next Friday or something. But again, if you do them after I said that they're closed, it's not on me if you are disappointed and we don't do it tonight. So let's see here. What's the next one we have up? Hopefully, living luxury for less, that was super helpful to you. So next we have the Supreme View. Looking for advice, thanks in advance. Okay, let's see what we got here. The Supreme View. All right, 400 and something subscribers. It looks like you do social commentary and politics stuff. We'll try to keep it short, sweet, and simple for you. So, welcome to the Supreme Team. The branding at the top could be better because the like transparency thing isn't doing anything for it. I do like the font and the text though. I like the font and the text. I just don't feel like the transparency part of it is doing anything. So I just don't think that that's doing anything. I don't think putting these poses in here aesthetically is doing anything. I do like your profile picture, but if you're using the red shirt for contrast, maybe use another color like blue in the background to pop out because red on red doesn't do anything. Um, and then again, maybe it is green instead of the blue because if you're using the green text thing, which does kind of stand out, that could be a thing. Um, the green text can be good, but the green text isn't with it's the green text by itself can be fine, but you're not really doing great thumbnails. The thumbnails are a 1 out of 5. The thumbnails are a 1 out of 5. If you're going to do commentary style thumbnails, who you should look at is Anton Daniels. If you're going to do this style of content, go to somebody who's killing it. Um, so if you're going to do this style of content, here is Anton Daniels. Your thumbnails should be literally Anton Daniels thumbnails, but with that green text and using white as the complementary text to that. And then your thumbnails for reaction style content will be fine. So this is the guy for you to look at for the style of videos that you are doing. Um, I don't necessarily have a great overall content strategy for you because you are tapping into social commentary and what people are interested in. What I could say for you is reacting to more headlines and news, maybe reacting to some of the same stories as Anton Daniels and Professor Nez would help you since they're both growing and blowing up. So you'd want to just source them for things people actually care about. It looks like you're doing daily videos. You can do up to 2 to 3 videos a day in this kind of thing and grow. fairly quickly. It looks like you started 2 months ago. So you're not off to a bad start in terms of views for only 2 months with 400 and something subscribers. But you're also probably not asking for subscribers in the first 2 minutes or so of the video after you've driven some initial value. That would grow your subscribership faster. But one of the things that's holding you back on views that then funnel to more subscribers, monetization, ad revenue, all the things is the fact that your thumbnails are a 1 out of 5 and that you need to do thumbnails that are closer to Anton Daniels and Professor Nez. They do reactionary content, so you should use them as the gold standard because they're killing it and they're growing right now. And that's who you'd want to follow. You want to follow what's working. So if you're going to do reaction style, social commentary, politics, you definitely need to go more to the Anton Daniels level and quality of thumbnails. He's absolutely killing it. I would also see if possible of getting close to his level of production value. And then if you ever do walk and talk videos, is the one thing he could do better would be what do you call it? The one thing he could do better would be using a DJI wireless microphone. So for audio, again, this is tech heads, stuff. For audio, what a lot of you need to be doing is using, and I think I have my tech stuff linked in the description, possibly. If not, I should just link to where you can find all my tech stuff. But a lot of you should be, maybe I should just link this stuff in the YouTube shopping side of things, but a lot of you should be using microphones like this, the wireless DJI microphones. They clip on magnetically. In a live stream like this, they'd be out of frame. If you guys want good audio, the DJI Mic Mini gives you 2 mics and a receiver for $169. If you only want 1 mic and a receiver, it's $89, and that's for the Mic Mini. So they're even smaller and less conspicuous than this. So again, these are really good. They're incredible. And if you watch my last 2 videos where I did my green screen stuff and I did the stuff about copyright music, this is the microphones that gave that audio. If you're going to do walk and talks in the street and you want to pair it with your smartphone, and you want it to be more lightweight and mobile, pair that with the DJI Mic Mini and the mini receiver. It's much smaller than this, and the receiver is smaller than this, even though this is pretty small too. And they do have USB and lightning adapters. So, whoops, I just dropped that. Where'd it go? Where did it go? So that's the other problem with it being small. I'll find it here in a minute. I'll find it later after the stream. But they have these adapters. Like this one's a lightning adapter. They have USB-C adapters as well. And so those will plug it into your devices. Those will plug it into your devices. Can plug into a computer, can plug into a smartphone. So that'll get most of you clean audio. Comes with a charging case. So for a lot of or most of you, that'd be the right solution. If you want audio that's almost as clear as what I'm getting now and you want that on a budget, for $160, you can get a Shure SMB 160. I'm using the SM7B, which is $400. I found that the USB-C microphone that's 160 that I travel with is basically just as good, and then I don't need an XLR for it, and it's just USB Type-C, goes right into my MacBook Pro. If any of you want to be weirdos, you can even plug it USB-C style right into your phone if you want to be a weirdo about it, or if a phone is all you have. So it actually makes really good sense. So from Shure, the MV6 gaming and streaming microphone is $160, and it's really good. So those will be the things that take you guys' audio quality to the top. And if you are going to do commentary, reaction, streaming, all that stuff, then you absolutely should be using those Shure microphones for the desk. If you're doing stuff and you're doing street style content or walk and talk videos, then you absolutely need to be using the DJI mic minis. So what I'm going to do, because YouTube has this thing with product tagging, what I'm going to try to do is see if it lets me add product tags for that to the live stream right now, or I'll do it after the fact. I might do a video here for sure in the next couple of days or weeks that specifically is about just tech and the gear that would be best for you for your channel to level up your channel. And a lot of it's really affordable. You'd be shocked. A lot of it's really affordable. I do post to my community tab about the tech that I use pretty regularly. I'll try and do another post soon on my community tab. I post about the stuff on X, if you follow me over on X, that specifically is about the budget gear side. But again, supreme view for you, it's upgrading the thumbnails. I think that for different videos, because you do have a decent setup, but the video quality, even for your reaction videos and your style, again, look at what Anton Daniels is doing. He's the gold standard for your niche. I would go ahead and I would have that standard. And so that will make you much better. The angry man is another person in your niche. That will make your stuff better. I also think for you doing a live show could be really good. I also think that would also help you with anything you need toward monetization, super chats, all those things. And this is true for anyone doing reaction, social commentary, news commentary, politics, all those things. That would help you guys. Another gold standard for you, at least in terms of live streaming quality, look to my friend, the lead attorney. The lead attorney, gold standard. Gold standard. So definitely hope that helps you out. Let's see here. Luminas Star says, thank you, Roberto, for taking time to share information with us. Absolutely. We have Try, who wants their channel reviewed. So let's hunt down their channel there. Also, let me hunt down this accessory and see if I didn't lose it. That suck. I'm just gonna have to hunt it down after stream. It's not obvious where it landed, which is that's fine. I'll deal with it. Let's see. See if I can find your channel. Okay, YouTube is not making this easy on me. Wow, YouTube is not making it easy for me to find your channel, Try. I might need you guys to start putting your @handles in your request so that I can actually find your channel on YouTube. Try, if you're still in the chat, drop your @handle so that I can find it in YouTube. Flashlight will not help me to find this accessory. It's more of I have to literally probably just get on hands and knees, get down to the ground and find it, because I do not think a flashlight will do the job in terms of finding it. And it's possible it slid under one of the pieces of the fixtures here or something. So that would not help me. But Try, if you're in the chat, what I need you to do is I need you to give me your @handle on YouTube to make it easier to find your channel, because YouTube search is not working for your channel, which if you are struggling to get viewership or people finding you, the fact that it's really hard to find your channel through search is probably not helping things. And that wouldn't be necessarily your fault per se, but it's just a thing that's happening. Blue Basin Aquatics. There are no more channel review slots right now, unfortunately. But the good news for you is we do have channel reviews next week, most likely on Friday. So we'll be doing them again on Friday. So we're trying to do your channel review, but we cannot find your channel in YouTube search, even when we do channel filters. So I need your @ handle. Try Nintendo. Okay, Matt J, we are going to do your channel. We haven't skipped you. We just haven't gotten to you in order yet. Matt J, let me see where you are in the order. Matt J, you are in order. It looks like you're about 8 people away. Because let's see, we have Try, then we have Uncle Josavan. So that's Try, Uncle Josavan, Linda. Then we have Run and Gun Photo, Practitioner, Blazing Reels, the Shonen Ronin, NWA Kane Koros, All Dog Breed Podcast, World According to Briggs, good friend of the channel, Ben Abe, Urban Gear Man, Luminos Star, and NGW Studio. Then we have you, Matt J. Matt J, you were like closer to the end. And then we've got after Matt J, we've got Alphil, Official Gameplay Studios, Veggie Farming, Brian Adamson, and then our last one for the evening is Alyssa Does. So those are the super chats in order. And so that's kind of just where we are in the queue. And it's just a good thing I don't have anywhere to be tonight. So that's good for me, I guess. But yeah. So we have Try Nintendo is your handle. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. Yeah. And again, I'll just to make sure we get to everybody and we get to everybody in a reasonable time where on the chat, I'm just gonna put a timer so that we can try and do our reviews in a roughly 6-minute a piece time frame. I'll just try to not get carried away so that we can make sure we get to everybody in a timely fashion. So, love the aesthetic here and the little play on the Triforce and the little Triforce guy. So that's kind of cool. So I like that aesthetically. 5 videos and 400 subscribers. Congrats. Okay. So this one's kind of easy in the sense that you are tapping in to Nintendo content. You did a nice little tribute to Etika because he inspired you. Okay. But there's 3 actual videos that you launched within a reasonable time that are doing extremely well that actually have some desired value for a casual viewer on YouTube, and I think that actually makes sense. You also chatted with a big YouTuber as a collab very early on, so congrats on that. And that's a good watch time farm for you for views. What I would say is you need to make sure you are exclusively sticking to Nintendo content for people. I think that your background and degree in graphic design means you understand the value of minimalism, aesthetics, familiarity bias, clean thumbnails, contrast, and standing out. It's clear from your execution that that's the case. So well done on that. That's a compliment. Criticism. If I'm going to give a criticism, one of my criticisms would be that I would have launched the channel with a little bit more content, but this is still fine for 2 weeks. I would have launched it with at least 2 more videos that speak to what casual YouTube audiences that are Nintendo fans, especially since I myself am an OG Nintendo fan, would care about the most and would care about more. So always keep that in mind. You want to do what your audience cares about more and most. This is a strong start as evidenced by your growth. but you could have even more growth and have it a lot sooner if you keep putting out regular and consistent content. I would consider making some content about rumors of Nintendo's Switch 2 launch titles. And then I'd make sure you leverage the familiarity bias of making and using Nintendo characters people love and care about or are nostalgic for in the thumbnails. Mario is an obvious one for a thumbnail about rumors, but then I would then go with something that people really wish was going to be the case. Maybe it's a especially with the hype of Sonic, maybe it's a Mario and a Sonic in the thumbnail. Maybe it's a Mario and Donkey Kong in the thumbnail. So, oh, are we going to get Mario versus Donkey Kong? Or maybe it's, again, something nostalgic. Oh, is it going to be a Zelda or a Mario launch title or a Metroid or with Samus or this or that? Or is it going to be Kirby in there? Like something that can feed the rumor mill. And so I would even tap into, rumors of launch titles. Because again, casual people on YouTube will care about that. Casual fanboys will care about that. So that's a way to leverage familiarity bias. It's a way to leverage speculation, curiosity. So all of those things would help you in this case. If there is a rumor about Nintendo Switch 2 pricing that is credible, might make a speculation video about that. So again, I would just tap into the curiosity, the excitement, the hype for this very early. And I think that you gotta do launch day content. And I think when it's launch day, I think you gotta figure out a way to do a launch day stream with people. I think that you have to do a high quality unboxing of the Nintendo Switch 2. And I think also what could work for you, believe it or not, is a high quality haul video when the Nintendo Switch 2 comes out. And I think that that could just be an aesthetic top down thing. It can be faceless, by the way. You could still do those things facelessly, but I think that that would be tremendous. I think that that would help you a lot. So hopefully that helps. Hey, Doug, good to see you. Hey, Grape Tea News, good to see you. Yeah. So I think that this is a strong start for you. Well done. Immediately, I think some of the things I told you are actionable and are going to help a channel like this. I think you're off to a great start. 5 videos and 400 subs is better than I ever did at the beginning. So well done. Well played, my friend. Excellent work. So we're on to the next one, as they say. Uncle Josan, friend of the channel. So let's see. Thank you, Uncle Josan. Okay, Uncle Josan, you're still at 704 subscribers, still chugging away, struggle busing it. Let's see what we can do to help you out here. Let's see what we can get to work. So you're still playing Escape from Tarkov, and you're still doing all that in character, which I love for you. So this is great. Um, the thumbnails still excellent. I still think you make some of the better thumbnails, and I think that these are really interesting quality. I don't think you're suffering for views. If anything, I would argue that for your channel size, you're overperforming, and I think that's really good. I think it's a matter of converting those viewers into subscribers. I think you need to ask for the subscribe. I also think turning your live streams into subscriber only chat live streams will help boost the number of subscribers. Um, so I think that that can only help you when it comes to that. I love that you do everything in character, but this means that while you're live, everyone tuning into the live streams will have to be subscribers in the chat in order to be able to subscribe. That will get you over the 1,000 mark if you do that and keep going. So I love that you're live streaming and that you're getting the footage there. And I think the view counts are impressive for a channel your size, that you're getting more views in a lot of cases than you do subscribers. So good job on that. But you need to ask for the subscribe and get people to subscribe. But you do it after 2 minutes in the video. At least your views are up from where they were. So you want to do it like 2 or 3 minutes into the video. Say, hey, if you're enjoying the video and you like what I do here, please subscribe to the channel. It definitely helps me out. So, it costs you nothing. It's just something very simple like that. Get people to subscribe. Then with the live streams, if you do live streams in subscriber mode only for the chat, people who aren't subscribed but come through will subscribe to be part of the chat. So that can boost your numbers. That will help you more quickly get over the hump to 1,000 subscribers there. No criticism whatsoever on your thumbnails. Your titles, you seem to know what the Tarkov gaming community wants. You have some high quality stuff. Your Dr. Disrespect levels of being in character, green screen, and setup. So the only really thing holding you back is also just the number of players who care about this particular game, but it's your whole jam and it's your whole character to do this game. So I'm not going to recommend that you branch out into other games or anything like that. This is the thing you're passionate about. This is the thing you've built a brand on, and I think it's very clever. So there's nothing wrong with sticking with this. The main thing is just to um, extract the most out of it you can. And I think asking for the subscribers and doing the subscriber only live streams can only help with regard to that. So again, good job there. And I think that that for you is the most actionable and meaningful advice when it comes to that. Yeah. Roberto uses sub only chat. Yeah, that's something I've started. That's actually worked out really well and has helped. So sub only chat. It's really good. And if you guys are gamers and you like gaming content and everything like that, if you want to watch Uncle Josan and if you want to help him out, I'm sure he would really appreciate it. Since he's not necessarily getting the exposure that he would like. And again, his content seems to be over the top in terms of quality. And it might be a game you guys are interested in that you've never heard of. So maybe it might be worth checking out if you like gaming content. So just something to think about. Again, my channel reviews are really not meant to plug channels. Usually the opposite, because if you're not gonna support the channel, then it doesn't matter to hit subscribe and all that stuff. But I try where I can if I think somebody is highly underrated to just say, hey, if you like that type of thing, here's another channel for you. Let's see. So next we have Lydia DIY by Design. Is our next channel review. And Lydia, it looks like you have a specific thing. I'd love a review. I'm working on my visuals with thumbnails, video titles to see if that helps improve things while I try to save for an in-depth channel review. I'd love to hit that 100K this year with your help. Well, let's see what we can do. And for people who want one-on-one private channel reviews, we do have a link for coaching with me in the description if that's something you're into. And again, only when you're ready and only when you can afford it. So great aesthetic right off the bat, Linda. So good job. Very clear that you have design capabilities. 61,000 subscribers with 600 videos. That's about what I was able to do with how-to content in the day. So very good. Let's see where you're at these days in terms of your thumbnails and your visuals. So right off the bat, this channel is actually already getting really good views for its size. I have no issues with this. Solid consistency of weekly content, it looks like. Well done. DIY would make it harder to do more than a once a week video, so I applaud you there. I do think that if you have fails or things that weren't finished, that you could do members only content around that, and that can boost a reason to watch members only content for fails, compilations behind the scenes, or even simpler DIY tips. So I think that that could definitely help drive membership revenue and at least mean that that footage doesn't have to go to waste. So I do think there's that. Um, what else do we have going on here? I think that your thumbnails are very good and very clever for what they are. I do wonder if the text is a little hard to read. I see what you're trying to do with the drop shadow on the cursive text. I wonder if that is a little harder to read. I think that some of the other things, the other thumbnails, like this one with the teal, get a little bit cluttered. And I think any of the things in the text are hard to read there. I would not be able to read these on my mobile, especially since I'm someone who uses glasses. So I would just take that into consideration. Your overall views are strong. I do think that there are some aspects of these thumbnails that could be improved upon, but I think that they're working well enough for you. And I think that the titles are carrying a lot of it. Um, it looks like you're putting most of this together in Canva. I don't have any issues with that. The one problem is I know Canva can be weird with the drop shadow stuff, and the way that you're handling the drop shadows to some degree is making it harder to read instead of less hard to read. And in general, I'm against, I know that aesthetically women like it, but I find in general that the cursive text is hard to read. And if you're going to use a handwritten font, the one that you're using for the Christmas in July stuff is better than these other handwritten fonts and is less difficult to read. I know that this one looks more interesting and looks cooler, but it's literally impossible to read for most people. Um, so I would go more with the one that was used for Christmas in July if you're going to use a handwritten font. In terms of your topic selection for the DIYs, you like to do themes, you like to do series, they can be a lot of fun, and I think they look good for you. But if we look at, we don't have to go to what has historically worked if it was 12 years ago, but if we look at things that worked even a year ago, I think revisiting a lot of the 10 DIY stuff, I think that rustic works for you clearly. Um, Pumpkins are very popular, which I know that rustic and pumpkins are popular because, believe it or not, I shop at Michael's quite a bit, and I was a big Michael's person when I was younger too. And I have a artsy aesthetic for my studio and my library in the basement. So I've shopped at Michael's, Joann's, Hobby Lobby, um, stuff like that. Um, Before it shut down, AC Moore. So I actually know a lot. And my mother used to be a big crafting person. So I know a lot about this stuff, believe it or not. So you're kind of in luck that you actually have one of the few YouTube educators that actually would know this niche. And I've helped DIY channels before successfully in other niches. Sewing, for example, I helped grow 2 sewing channels to over 100,000 subscribers. Um, DIY farmhouse. Yeah, farmhouse aesthetic stuff is very popular in general. It still is. It wasn't just a trend from the pandemic. It's still popular today. And you have a lot of people doing farm life aesthetics and doing if they can't do homesteading, they at least adopt the aesthetic of homesteading. So those things are things that there's a proven audience for those things, and they would still be true today. And people don't get enough of them. I would argue that these are probably still getting traffic on your channel to this day, which is also why your channel continues to grow. So very well done on that. And yeah, a lot of what I would recommend in strategy, aside from addressing readability on fonts and things like that, is you already see for yourself that picking things like the farmhouse stuff is working for you. Another thing that could work for you is that top 10 videos work for you. People love roundups. The watch time on top 10 videos do work. The let's make some title thing for you is working. So you have some locked in title formulas. There's just some things you could build off of, and there's some popular themes that you can repeat and make more series around. You're on the right track for a lot of this. Then my one thing I'm worried about, or not worried about, but concerned about, is what could be done, if at all, to just even slightly allow you to make 1 or 2 more videos a month. If maybe there's an efficiency bottleneck that could be addressed to allow you to make 1 to 2 more videos a month, because it would just increase the number of outlier videos that pop off for you, which could still drastically impact growth. So something to consider. Also wondering what your seasonal calendar plan looks like. There are a lot of seasonal things quarterly and for different holidays, obviously. Um, and they can be very evergreen as well. Because I'm sure that there's stuff like this that'll be revisited, that people it'll be a year old and people will still watch it because it was just that good and it was that interesting to them. So well done there. I think there's a lot of potential. Yeah, rest in peace to AC Moore. Rest in peace to AC Moore. I do like as well that Linda's thumbnails have pictures of what the video is about. I think that's actually the strongest feature of her thumbnails. I don't think as much of the text is necessary either. So I'd agree with Luminos here with regard to that. I'd agree with the artist Haven here. When it comes to thumbnails, study masters not only in your niche, but those that are on your own homepage in YouTube. If you click on those, ask yourself why. I agree with this advice. Yes. That's again, another wonderful thing about coming to these channel reviews and to the chat is that you also get not just my inputs, but you also get really, really solid feedback from our overall community. And I think that that could be incredibly helpful for a lot of you to just have multiple perspectives. It's also the other reason that I created the Awesome Creator Academy Pro group. That's my paid membership group, was because people could do better when they have feedback and support from other creators that are doing things in their own right correctly, growing, and also observing a lot of channels that are growing. It actually makes a lot of people smarter. I mean, for me, I think I became the smartest after my own success of growing to 100,000 subscribers. The thing that made me disproportionately smarter was talking to other creators, and then also even for me, reviewing other creators' channels, data, and coaching them made me considerably smarter about all of these things because I had more information to work with, I had more data to work with, and I had differences in perspective. And so every time I review channels, every time I work with creators, I get smarter. And it's something that I think is really underrated. And this is true for other careers. We're one of the more isolated careers. Everyone in a career gets smarter when they talk to their peers and when they can get to networking events and conferences. So we have Run and Gun Photo, friend of the channel, fellow photographer. So 22,000 subscribers, 324 videos. Again, that's further than I got with my first 300 and something videos. So well done. I like that you popped onto something that Jared Polin did with reviewing the presidential portraits. Jared Polin did that. He's done it in the past. He also was the photographer that took some photos on the road of Bernie Sanders, and he actually talked to and DM'd the photographer that did the presidential portraits for this round for President Trump and for Vice President Vance. So I think that this was a smart trend to top into. I think what got you, even though you did it 6 days ago, I think that the timing was not there. I think if there was any way to get it any sooner, that might have helped you, but it could still get views in the future. And also 1K views in 6 days is not bad for your channel and a channel of your size. The issue is also though that it's been a while since you did a regular video, which means that this being the first thing in a month for returning viewers to come back to, and then depending on what their feelings are about politics, even though it's not a political video by its nature, might have hurt the potential. But again, that's just the thing. You also, again, you had more consistency. You used to do weekly content. It's okay to take breaks. People burn out, things happen. But if your biggest issue is you make great content infrequently. It's your biggest overall issue is you make great content infrequently. You succeed largely in spite of that fact. One of the smartest things that Jared Polin ever did successfully was he was able to create a baseline of consistent content and make his highest viewed and highest quality content overall something he was able to get out multiple times a week. He would do things that were of not equal quality sometimes because he was doing daily content. and batch recording. However, it did mean he got the best of the best of the best of his content out 2 times a week out of the 7 days a week that he was putting something out, which is what ultimately is the reason he has 1 million subscribers, because he did that consistently for years and years and years and years and years. So I want you to consider the fact that you, over your entire channel career, made 324 videos to get to 22,000 subscribers as it stands right now. I'm not telling you you have to make 150 videos in a year. I want you to dream a little dream with me, though. Imagine what would happen if you did make 150 videos a year. I would venture that if you made 150 videos this year, if you somehow, some way put out 3 videos a week, even if you didn't think they were your best quality videos, the audience might, at least for 1 out of 3 of them. If you were doing that, I think you could double your subscriber count in a year by putting out 3 videos a week, because I actually don't think your theoretically baseline of your worst quality videos, because by the way, you would probably think that the videos you put out 6 years ago are much worse than the videos you put out today, or the videos you put out 2 years ago are much worse than the videos you put out today. The audience doesn't feel that way. They rewarded videos that you don't think are as good with a lot more views. Therefore, I think if you just put out more videos and you don't buy into the quality over quantity narrative, since you're an education-based creator in a niche topic, actually for you, quantity does matter more than quality, because value and volume would win for you. So you're actually better suited to that style of content. And it's been proven by almost every single successful creator with 100K to 1 million subscribers in your niche that optimizing for the most views per upload does not really work for the photography niche. What works for the photography and filmmaking niche and photo editing niche is making content that you're capable of producing 2 to 3 times every single week without fail, and never taking more than a month off. And you can get around that by batch recording. On when you want to do a 2 week vacation, you batch record 4 videos at once that you can release so you can release 2 videos a week for 2 weeks while you're on vacation. Maybe you batch record 6 videos at once, so there's something to come out, so that there is even a week of recovery after you go on 2 week vacation, and that would be your answer. But you need to get to a place to where you can put out 2 to 3 videos a week, because you putting out um 1 video a week, again, it got you this far. So if you put out 2 to 3 videos a week, you could be getting the current results you have now, in terms of your total channel subscribers. You could be getting that every year. And that would make it a countdown of 3 years, roughly, to you having 100,000 subscribers, a silver play button. I think if you do 3 videos a week and make the best 3 videos per week that you can, not the best videos you could ever make, but the best you can make if you're making 3 a week, and they can come down to 80% of what you're capable of instead of 100% of you're capable of, but it's 80% times 3, which is 240 points, and 240 points is better than 90 or 100 points every time. So you're better off doing that. So I would just put out, I mean, even look at me. Even with the fact that the views per upload vary drastically, I grow more when I put out 2 to 3 videos a week. We went to getting about 1,000 to 1,500 subscribers a week again, like we did in the old days. Between evergreen content, if I keep doing that for at least the next 6 months, we'll be back to getting over 10,000 new subscribers a month in no time. Like, I think that by June, we'll be getting 8,000 to 10,000 new subscribers a month, and it won't matter what my individual video uploads do, as long as I'm putting out 2 to 3 regular YouTube videos a week and putting out 2 live streams a week, especially if I do channel review streams that are subscriber only streams. We will surge and we will get 8,000 to 10,000 new subscribers every single month. I know this because I did this strategy for 4 years but I was doing daily content for like 2.5, 3 years. I did a strategy like this for like 4 years and grew by 100,000 subscribers a year when I did this. So that worked then, and it's working for Awesome Creator Academy students now, that do how to and education content when they do it. For other people that I've coached, like I said, for some people, the daily gaming stuff works, especially if they live stream it, and if they have a vertical game, they vertical stream it. So that's what we've figured out. We figured out that there are, if you're not doing spectacle storytelling niches, we did find that here are the niches where quantity matters more than quality, and we've narrowed what that strategy can look like. And we know that the answer is 2 to 3 videos a week and a live stream. For some people, it's daily shorts plus 2 videos and a live stream a week. We figured that out. There are some people that for gaming, we figured out the answer is to stream every day and to then put out streaming every day, shorts every day, and then edited videos when they can, is what we figured out for a lot of the gamers, because we learned they could farm watch time and revenue off of the live streams, subscribers off of the shorts, and they balance out there. And then they could condition returning viewers and a baseline of viewers with regular video content. But once they got to a certain threshold of revenue, they didn't care what their views looked like, because they were like, I don't care what the views per upload look like, because, oh, I'm a full-time YouTuber now. I'm getting the ad revenue I want. I'm getting the subscribers I want, but shorts. So, okay, I got a silver play button and I'm making money. I don't care about the vanity of what my views look like. I could take less views if I'm just getting more views per month on the channel and getting the outcome I want, making the money that I want. All they cared is that they were able to go full time and not have to work at McDonald's. So that's what we did with the gamer kids. We figured out that strategy. So for education content, the strategy we know works for professionals like you in tech and camera gear niches is making 2 to 3 videos a week the best you can, considering doing a live show once a week that functions as a podcast. Shorts you could do intermittently, however you want to do them. But again, until a couple of days ago, the last live stream you did was a live stream that was 10 months apart. I would do weekly live streams, brand them as a podcast on YouTube, strip the audio from them, publish them as a podcast on Spotify, download the videos of that live stream, upload that Spotify, qualify for the Spotify partner program, get ad revenue from that as well. For the podcast slash live stream, use that, and then use the audio downloads from Spotify paired with the video views from both to justify someone paying you to sponsor the podcast and sell the podcast and get 2 or 3 sponsors for the podcast. That's how I would do those. And then for you, I would do, in addition to the podcast slash live stream, maybe you add one more live stream week if your schedule allows, and you start doing photo critiques every week, and you do those with $10 super chats, the way I do channel reviews with $20 super chats. Do 10 or 20 of those with $10 super chats. You do those weekly, you make an extra $1,000 a month. Could also possibly get sponsors for the weekly photo critiques. So you can get a sponsor like I did with one of 10. There you go. Combine that with affiliate marketing on the Amazon revenue side, you're off to the races. So benefits of having a person who did photography and tech videos in the past. Yeah, you don't want to go full time. You don't need to go full time. You just want a little bit of side income. Yeah, well, my method, if you could do the weekly channel critiques, extra $1,000 a month off that. Need the reminder about Spotify? Yep, absolutely. Boom. So you got this. So let's see. What do we have next? We got Practitioner. Hopefully, I'm not too late. Requesting channel review. Thank you. If you're still watching, then you are still on time. Sorry that we're getting to you so late here at night, but you know how these go. You've seen the channel before. Let's see. Found it. 2,000 subscribers. Okay, 2.16 subscribers. Let's check this out. Check it out. Check it out. What's it all about? All right. So, let's go. So, practitioner. Let's see. 1.6 sorry, 2.16 subscribers, 150K videos, not bad. Nurse, midwife, doctor of nursing practice, family nurse practitioner. Okay. I think that your profile pic is really strong. I like the pose and the confidence in this banner pic. What I would have went with is a solid color that contrasts this, and then I would have framed the text differently in similar font sizes and then positioned it in a way that works on where it's all visible on mobile. And so then what I would have done is I would have framed this pose left of center to go to the pose to go to the edge on mobile, which is roughly about like here to where you'd be leaning up more here on this side. And then I would have put the text stacked for your titles, each on their own line. So it's only 3 lines of text that can be scanned and viewed to the right side. And I would have done that with a complete solid color banner because this whole motif, it doesn't really do anything. So I would have just done that in Canva and whipped that up, and that would have been the channel header. So that's the aesthetic change I would have made there. So again, I wanted to compliment you on the strong pose, how good it looks, how confident it looks as a photographer. I can definitely appreciate that. Wonderful pose and smile in your profile picture there. Very strong. Very good branding on Practitioner with the name tag and the capitalization. Very smart, very clever branding. So I do appreciate that. Um, Now aesthetically, going into thumbnails is probably where the most work is going to be necessary. So yes, these are um overperforming in some ways on some of these for what the actual thumbnails look like, since a lot of them will not be readable for the text on mobile, and they're not visually pleasing thumbnails for what they are in the niche. Now, you can still do simple Canva thumbnails. I'm going to actually show you one of our members in Awesome Creator Academy that's in the medical coding niche, Contempo Coding. So that is Victoria. So Contempo Coding, she's almost at 200,000 subscribers now, and we've been working together for about 18 months. I think she came to us with 20,000 subscribers or something like that, 20 or 30,000 subscribers. And we've also done some one-on-one coaching calls. So as you can see, what she did was she used a photo with a single color, and then used her credentialing from all the places she's been featured. And these are recent features over the last year or 18 months or so that I think we've been working. I think it's been 18 months that we've been working together. Um, so you can see how she did that with the single color thing that I'm talking about. And then in terms of thumbnails, you see how clean and easy to read her thumbnails would be on mobile, and how she uses contrast and the aesthetic colors like we talked about, and how there are elements of social proof in a lot of her thumbnails and paired with her titles. And so um, this is someone that you can model a successful channel off of that's doing well, and they're evergreen views, so she doesn't worry about views for upload. It's channel views per month, and it's the fact that she also in her field was able to secure really good brand partnerships and affiliate relationships, so she's able to do this full time as a creator and bring in 6 figures a year, multiple 6 figures a year, and do very, very well. So this would be a channel for you and anyone in a um medical professional niche or white collar career niche to model after. Is Victoria from Contempo Coding. She's one of my students in the Awesome Creator Academy Pro group. Like I said, I think we've been working together 18 months, 2 years, something like that. I think she came to us with like 20 or 30,000 subscribers, something like that. It might have been less, but even in your own past, the clean thumbnail aesthetic with singular colors and easier to read has done very well. Now, I also think that even some of these could have been better and made more readable. And you have to remember that maybe more than 50% of your audience is watching these things on mobile devices. I also think you need to pick strategic content pillars of what you're going to talk about based on your focuses here so that you can focus on content pillars. For example, I would have made a playlist series that focuses on what you have to say as a midwife, where you could even possibly do some reaction videos where midwife reacts to this something. So if you find something popular on TikTok that it makes sense for a midwife to react to, that would actually work out really well for you. um since you doctor of nursing practice, you'd be able to also pull off doctor reacts, real doctor reacts, um you know, something like that. Nurse practitioner, like in the title, at the end of the title would lend status, credibility, and branding. If you have the ability to legally say doctor, but it sounds like you do, doctor of nursing practice, DNP. So the thing is, you can get to say doctor reacts, and you could also get to say nurse reacts, and you could also get to say midwife reacts, or you know, as a midwife, as a doctor, as a nurse. So you can use status and social proof and credibility from those things in your titles and in your title scheme, and it makes people more likely to click on things in terms of leveraging the appeal to authority. So if you use things like social proof, status, appeal to authority, and then you're able to take advantage of the cognitive biases associated with that, that's how we leverage psychology to get the click. So we can do those things effectively to get viewers to respond to us. So that I think works not only for you, but it works for all people that are in professional niches and who have blue collar and white collar careers. You say you can't do real doctor reacts because they will eat me alive. Okay, then I would definitely do the midwife and nurse part. Um you could do doctor. We closed the I'm doing five more a long time ago, Shelly. We closed the I'm doing five more like well over like an hour ago. I said we're doing five more like an hour ago and it filled up. And so that's it is what it is. And people paid for it. So like, but I already told people that like an hour ago when I put the ticker on and said, hey, we're closed, that that's what we were doing. So the last one that we're going to do tonight is going to be Elias, and we're still a good way away from doing, sorry, not Elias, Elisa. Elisa does. And so we're still a good way away from Elisa's review. We still got a bunch of people to get through. Um, but yeah, but like I was saying, so you know, Renisha, is it Renisha, like from Practitioner? I think that that's good advice for you, but I think it's good advice for everybody in like a white collar profession. You said one more thing. You have courses on Teachable and you have a product you're working on wanting to enter into femtech. Um, I think that that's actually really good for you. I think that that's good to having your own website. I encourage people to do that sort of thing. I built mine on Kajabi. I have a link for that if you guys want to check out a free trial of Kajabi. If you're going to sell courses and coaching and memberships, it's the way to do it. So that's what I would look at. But yeah, for you, I think that that advice on changing up the thumbnails, also the consistency aspect of the fact that there's massive months between your content. I think if you can streamline your content and take the same advice I gave Running Gun, and that you can do content minimum of once a week, but ideally 2 to 3 times a week. I mean, Victoria, when she's not taking any kind of break, you can see that she puts out content at a minimum of once a week. So a minimum of once a week, and she's been doing this for a good minute to where she was doing two a week before. She only ramped down recently, but she was doing like two a week. That is what grew her channel, and that's what works in niches like yours. So that's what you'd want to look at doing. Yep. No problem. Doug, how many more do we have to go? I know that we're still in for the long haul here and that we still literally have quite a few of them. But Doug, you mind telling me how many we have to go? Because I think I'm literally only halfway through channel reviews at this point. I think I'm like stuck for at least another hour, especially if I do these at a pace of about 6 minutes to 8 minutes a pop. I think I'm stuck at doing this for another hour. I might need to get another refill at this point. Let's see. So we have Blaze and Reels next. And again, we'll try so that we can get everybody done and so we can get you guys to bed at a reasonable hour. I want to have you guys here at midnight. I don't necessarily want to go past 4 hours again on this. I won't have a voice if I do. Blazing Reels. Let's do this. So Blazing Reels, it looks like you're doing a action sports channel. It looks like it might be a football channel. You should check out my friend over at Bears Yard. He does Chicago Bears content, and he's been growing successfully. He's killing it with daily content right now, and he's almost caught up to you. And he started 2 months ago with daily content. So let's see what you've got going on. Um, so first of all, congrats on making 100 videos and getting started. Very good. Congrats on weekly consistency for a good while here. Your thumbnails are not terrible, but there's too much text, and that makes them hard to read and hard to prioritize. So that's a problem. You're overperforming, at least from a title standpoint, because it's not the thumbnails. The thumbnails are in some cases working against you when you use too much text. In fact, it seems to look like when you use little or no text, you get better views when you use little or no text. Um, so I think that that's an issue. You want to look at there's two channels for you to study. One is called Gridiron, and the other channel is called Bear's Yard, and that will help you and that will inspire you. And I think you could do multiple day a week content and grow faster and perform better if you do this. I also think that this profile pic isn't doing you nearly enough justice or any favors. I do like the banner here though. Um, you know, I don't think blazing reels means much to people. So it doesn't feel like that's football related at when people see or hear it. Your banner, well, not your banner, your profile picture is also not football related for people to really grasp that. So from a branding standpoint, that's not doing you that many favors. So I want to show you a channel that is doing this effectively, and that's a channel called Bears Yard. It's got a few more subscribers than you. It's at 70 videos. Sorry, 70 videos. It's got a few more than you. It started 2 months ago. So if you scroll back, this channel started 2 months ago, and it only is Chicago Bears content, and it basically goes hard almost every day, Monday through Friday, on Chicago Bears content. But I want you to look at the clarity of these thumbnails, and this is a channel your own size, and I want you to look at the views. I want everyone else also to see this. This is a channel with 600 subscribers, 658 subscribers. It's about to go to 1,000 subscribers. I believe it's monetized. It's just not fully monetized with ads. It's monetized for super chats and memberships. But I want you to look at these video views. Um, so look at this. Yes, for an hour ago, it got 38 views for a video uploaded an hour ago, and yesterday 140 views. But look at this: 2 days ago, 580; 3 days ago, 5.6; 4 days ago, 1.8; 6 days ago, 5K; 8 days ago, 2K; 400, 491; 5.2K; 838; 12K. So I think that you need to look at how this channel is accomplishing this, and also the value of compounding daily, and why sometimes for some niches I tell you that it is quantity over quality, and it's a baseline of content. It doesn't mean just throw crap out, throw stuff up to hit a deadline. It means the best that can be done in the time that you have, but that mandate for getting it done daily and not spending more than 2 hours or 3 hours on something is the answer. Sometimes spending 5, 10 hours on something won't make it any better, to be honest with you. A lot of you think that putting more time into something makes it better. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes a deadline makes something better. So consider what you're doing and what your goal is with like the content. And that I know it's not exactly the same thing because you're covering youth sports, and like maybe you frame this more if it's youth sports, maybe you frame it more around D1 athletes, or you figure out some more interesting angle. There are videos you have that got a certain amount of views. Consider how you could use similar tactics to what Bears Yard is doing. Gridiron tells more stories about big NFL guys, and that one's like killing it with almost viral level views. So Gridiron looks like Gridiron. The Gridiron YouTube channel is doing storytelling content. That may not be your thing, but it's doing storytelling docu-series type content, and you can see the views that it's getting, you know. And it can be hit or miss for a channel like this because you see it. There's some videos that the swings are wild and other ones where they kind of don't do well. Um, it's got 3.1K subscribers on 7 videos, but again, wild swings on these, but they're high level documentaries. And that's why they don't have to be consistent. So this is an approach of quality, and look at what they're doing. But we also saw the other side of this work with quantity when it comes to Bears Yard. So we saw two ends of the spectrum. So for you, I think that you could improve your packaging and your consistency, and then figure out what your angle is going to be and what people care about more and care about most. And then I think this channel can grow and be successful. So boom, we got that one in about 7 minutes for that channel review. So there we go. So hopefully you found that to be helpful. So next one is the Shonen Ronin. So Shonen Ronin says, "Hey Roberto, I've been watching your content for a while now, trying to see if you have any advice for getting my manga anime channel to the next level." Well, you came to the right place because I am the only YouTube educator that has a lifelong commitment to anime and manga that has been part of my background my entire life. Ever since my mom put me onto anime in the olden days, what we call the 80s, with Gigantor, Voltron, Battle of the Planets, and such things as that. Primarily, though, Voltron, Battle of the Planets. In the 90s, though, Ronin Warriors and Tekkaman Blade, which was rebranded on UPN to Tekkaman. So Technoman, sorry. So that. And I actually know what shonen is in the context of anime and manga. And I'm also an OG Ken Akamatsu fan, which is really interesting since Ken Akamatsu went from just being a he went from just being a mangaka to actually getting into Japanese politics, which a lot of people do not know about the famed author Ken Akamatsu, famous for Love Hina, um, I Love You, and Nagima. So again, nerd credentials. I've got them all. Let's see, the Shonen Ronin. Okay, so congrats on 90 videos and 17.3K subscribers. Your channel banner could be much, much, much better. Um, and again, you don't need to tell people you're on TikTok and YouTube in the banner. I mean, it's not really uh, that useful or helpful, especially for a channel like yours. This banner could be better. Your logo is actually pretty sweet. I would just make the background possibly more colorful and contrast for pop. Looks like you have really good thumbnails, so congrats on that. It looks like you don't prioritize main long form videos, which I have an idea for that. It looks like you grew off of shorts. Nothing wrong with that. Really strong strategy for anime, and you at least are doing custom thumbnails for the shorts. Very well done. I assume that what you really want is advice for branching into long form. You're off to a decent start, but for the casual viewer, especially for translating some of your shorts audience to long form, is you would be best served doing something of the style of most epic moments in this anime, most epic anime fights of all time, and then doing commentary with compilations. And you should take some inspiration. You don't have to take editing inspiration from CJ the Champ, but you need to take script writing inspiration and title inspiration from CJ the Champ, as well as Sensei, like Sensei, but it's Sensei. Sensei and CJ the Champ are two of the best in the game for what you want to be looking at. Somebody who's coming up is King Casper with a K. But you want to really look at Sensei and CJ the Champ, and they are two of the best who've ever done it. So you want to look at them and you want to do something like most savage and most savage moments in anime, 5 most savage moments in One Piece, and then what arc could you use? Fish Island arc, or whichever arc you want to use, because I'm spacing on the arcs and everything like that. Buggy the Clown's most savage top 7 most savage moments from Buggy the Clown. 10 most savage moments from Ace D Gasport, like things like that. Um, you know, it's like 10 most tragic moments in Pokemon. That sort of thing. The 10 most epic swordsmen in anime. You want to do things like that. That's the thing that a casual viewer kills time on YouTube watching in the anime niche and would watch and on stuff like that. Escanor's most savage moments, or top 5 most savage moments, or top 8 most savage moments, something like that for 7 Deadly Sins. Oh, 7 most savage. Actually, every time you do 7 Deadly Sins, it's always somebody, a character. Actually, for the 7 Deadly Sins, do a 7 most savage moments and 7 most epic moments for each and every one of the main characters in 7 Deadly Sins, because then it actually ties thematically to that for the channel. So that'd be an example of a series that you could do ongoing. And it's the kind of thing that people then binge watch because now it thematically matters. Here's another one for you. It's an every time compilation with commentary and comedy. Every time Super Saiyan 3 failed. Most epic Super Saiyan 3 fails in Dragon Ball. And then you could literally show that like Super Saiyan 3 always loses. So it would be things like that where casual fans would latch on to those things, or where people can kill time in YouTube. Oh, it's the wrong channel? Really? It looked like it was the right channel. Wait a minute. Let me see what the let me see what the thing is. Hang on. Huh. The Shonen Ronin. It looked like it was the right channel. Oh, well, thanks YouTube for not letting me directly click onto channels. Well, someone got a channel review there, but let's see what we can find in terms of seeing if we can get to the right channel. So I didn't see the chat, so thank you chat for that, but bloody hell, man. Someone got a channel, but okay, there's like 5 channels with this name. Jeez, man. Uh, Let me see what the Shonen Ronin. Can you use your @ handle in the chat? Wait a minute, I think I found you. Okay, 1.48K 79 videos. And looks like you did YouTube Shorts. Okay, cool. All right, found you. Found you. Sorry about that. And thank you, chat, for looking out on that. Appreciate you guys. Okay. Well, the strategy I gave you still applies. But okay, it just means that we don't have your thumbnails and titles to look at here. So the same thing I said theoretically can apply, but it looks like you want to do more manga review style content. Consider the following. if you wanted to, what I would consider is doing voiceover panels to manga chapters, since people will binge watch that and will also run up watch time on that to the end of something. Because people kind of do like, as much as people do like manga readings, they like them done with the comic book panels and in character and in frame. Apple Bob did this successfully with Rent a Girlfriend. So you might consider doing something like that. Haul videos could do well for you with regard to manga. The thumbnails, they're doing okay, but they're not the best. The channel art and the thumbnail art, or sorry, the profile pic art is not bad. 1.84K on 79 videos. Pretty good. You're doing YouTube shorts. Consider, I don't think it'll make the hugest difference, but just from a branding standpoint, consider doing custom thumbnails for YouTube shorts like the channel we were looking at, and take some inspiration from the other the Shonen Ronin channel we were talking about. Since there's multiple people and it's confusing for that, you might consider a channel rename or rebrand or something for the at handle there. If you're going to do manga hauls and do those, consider getting better at the product photography and how that might look, and see if you can make it look more of an Instagram really great aesthetic with regard to that. I think for the Fujimoto thumbnail, that this kind of thumbnail does better for you and is still simple to make with a reasonable level of skill. I do think that if you're going to do chapter readings, that you should do the extra editing work to use the manga panels and try to aspire to do some of the voiceover work. If you're going to also do this kind of content, consider looking at a channel called, what's the channel name I'm thinking of? He does the quarterly or seasonal reviews of he does oh it's my mother's basement, right? So go and look at my mother's basement, I think is his channel name. Mother's basement is the channel name. Consider doing the manga equivalent of some of his content in the best manga of winter 2025, the worst manga of winter 2025, and again use the characters as the thumbnail since people are most interested in the characters. High quality thumbnails obviously work, and so this would be the standard for your niche. And then do basically these titles, but prioritize manga. The hottest trash manga of summer 2025, 2024, spring 2020, so on and so forth. The definitive 10 isekai manga, or the top 10 isekai manga everyone must read, the top 10 shonen manga everyone must read, the most trash the top 10 most trash shonen manga, so on and so forth. Same thing for roundups on the protagonist, villains, so on and so forth. And again, gold standard for this kind of content is CJ the Champ, Sensei, and Mother's Basement. So take inspiration from all of those. So hopefully that helps. Sorry for getting the wrong channel. Again, I think that what you guys are going to have to start doing is when you submit the super chats, I think you guys are going to have to use your at handles, or YouTube is just going to confuse me. So, yeah. Yeah. And then like I said, somebody who does pretty well, is not the hugest um channel in this niche, is King Casper. He's somebody who I did some coaching with, and I helped move him into a certain direction with some of his video content that did really well. And he ended up upgrading his thumbnail style. So I think King Casper has been doing a really good job. So this is somebody who was in Awesome Creator Academy for a bit. And I think for like 24K subscribers, 117 videos, you can see that like he did really well, with the main problem being consistency after a certain point. But as you can see, he did really well. In fact, these Berserk thumbnails were definitely a product of something me and him talked about directly. That influenced the direction of some of the content. And so, yeah. But as you can see, pretty strong stuff in terms of the anime recaps side of things. So again, here's a small creator that you can look up to. If looking at big creators feels intimidating sometimes, I tend to have at least one creator under 100K for most things that I can reference, especially if they're somebody that I've worked with. So hopefully you find that helpful. And again, sorry about getting the wrong channel there for a good minute. But I think just even seeing my thoughts on that channel were a good lesson for all involved. So we got NWA Kane Corsos, an all dog breeding podcast. Interesting. I've actually coached the largest dog training channel on YouTube, which is another Academy member, which is McCann Dogs. So let's see. This time I know we have the right channel. So there we go. All right. Thank you for the $50 super chat, my friend. So, all dog breed podcast. First of all, really, really good branding here. Congrats on that. Let's give that one applause. Really solid stuff with the branding. 107 video, so 507 videos, 3.46K subscribers. Quality looks phenomenal. So let's see what's going on with the channel here. Good thumbnails. Really good thumbnails. Oh, I love how strong this title is. Is Big Pharma harming our pets? And then Dr. Judy Morgan weighs in. Really good stuff here. I think what would have worked for this thumbnail more, and I don't think it's killing the thumbnail, so take this with a grain of salt, is I think if all the text had just been in red with the white background, you don't even need a drop shadow at that point, and it's just easy to read, and that thumbnail is perfect by itself. So digging that. Wonder what you guys think. Let's see. You have scheduled premieres of the podcast. That's actually pretty good, especially if you're going to engage in the chat. The frequency of them, I don't know if you're doing weekly or twice a week or monthly. It looks like you're doing twice a month or weekly when you can. I think that if you can manage to be more consistent, but that could be difficult because you're also doing a high quality podcast in some cases. So, um, or it's remote interviews or what have you. So you're getting good views on this, especially for the sides. I imagine you're getting good audio replay listens on these episodes, but converting people to subscribers is the issue. I think you need to have a subscribe message that happens 3 to 5 minutes into the podcast so people know that they should subscribe. And then I would have it again every like in the middle and then at the end of the podcast so people know to do that. I think also on the audio side that you tell them to make sure they're subscribing to you on YouTube if they want to watch and see the interviews and your guest in video to do that. And I think that that would be incredibly helpful. So your thumbnails in many cases are really strong and are best in class. You have strong interviews, people who would know for a podcast like this and being very niched, the views are strong enough in and of themselves. You improved the thumbnails from where they were a few months ago, and you got back to really strong storytelling thumbnails to draw people in. So I think one of your biggest issues now is consistency. I'd also consider going back and redoing some older thumbnails episodes, so I think that that could be helpful to you. But other than that, a lot of this is pretty strong. Now, let's look at your live streams and see what's going on there, because maybe it's that you're doing those more consistently. Yep, you're doing those more consistently. Views are pretty good over there for the overall size. No complaints from me on that. Thumbnails are actually coming along very strongly on these live streams. Point of interest is it looks like you have edited intros for these live streams. So good on that and good on brand presence for that. Consistency is here for the live streams. Quality of the streams is not bad, especially considering you have to rely on the guest quality itself. Consider for the purposes of theoretical new viewership, have 2 or 3 versions of your intro that look dramatically different so that on the preview, it just doesn't look as repetitive, but good job overall here. So I have a lot that's complementary. I would say, again, the regular videos and premieres, if those can be more consistent, so be it. If not, that's fine. Thumbnails, very good here. I think the big issue is because the views don't feel like a problem. I think the big issue is definitely promoting people to subscribe sooner in the videos. I do love how the videos are crisp and you can see what the video is about, and I actually do like um the thumbnails as well. And so yeah, Luminos is saying that, so I agree. Yep. So all in all, I think this is actually really strong work on your part. If you can, and this is just a big if you can also for guest when it's remote, if there's any of them that can be more recurring guests that have good quality audio and video setups, obviously that's going to enhance the quality. You can't do too much about it. Your stuff is top notch. It's looking like you're using a professional microphone. You're using a relatively decent camera setup. So you know, yeah, not anything particularly to complain about too much there. It's possible that you're using a webcam. I think that your own camera, if you could upgrade that even just a little bit for the webcam, that would go a long way. Um, just in terms of detail. But again, minor point, contention and everything. I mean, my stuff is, if anyone wants to know, kind of direction I do is I use well, what works for my desk and the focal length is about a 35 millimeter lens. For some of you, it'd be about a 24 or 30 millimeter lens. My B camera for the side here is arm's length away, and that's a 20 millimeter camera. So for arm's length for me, it's either a 35 millimeter on a crop, which makes it roughly a 50 millimeter if it was at full frame. And then for arm's length, for a wider angle where you see more of the background, it's about a 20 millimeter. So anything between a 20 to 40 millimeter that's arm's length away from you is probably about right for a live streaming slash podcasting setup. So that's my A cam and B cam. In terms of the camera f-stop, do not use a kit lens. Use a lens that's capable of f1.8 or at least f2.8. And that's what I do. I usually set it to either 2.8 or 2.2 or 2.0. I don't have it all the way open at 1.8 or 1.4. So that's the way I approach it. Now again, your guest won't always have that capability, but that certainly helps. If you're filming at a desk, you can use lights. If your desk is against a wall, you want to bounce the lights. That's what I do. And then I use an Elgato Stream Deck. I have a pedal to where I can turn my lights on and off with the pedal. Well, usually I can with the pedal. Maybe it's not set to the right one, but I also have a switch on my desk in case for some weird reason that doesn't work. Um, so let me see something. Why isn't my Stream Deck pedal working? I literally have it. See, like this is what I mean about technical difficulties. Literally, my Stream Deck pedal isn't working. It's a good thing I have a switch on my desk where I can literally turn all my lights off and turn them all back on. So again, technical thing for you guys lighting, doing podcast and live streams, you want to have some kind of setup for manual switches like that where you can control lighting, lighting temperature. And again, you want to have, in some cases, redundancies and backups in case for some reason, for some weird reason, that one of your devices doesn't work the way that you want it to or the way that you set it up to. So I literally set up this Stream Deck pedal to where it's supposed to, when I push this button, because it's supposed to make it easier when I step on this thing or stomp on this thing to be able to turn off my lights without having to reach. So it's just really irritating when your tech doesn't work, but that's why I use multiple hardware switches and why I have multiple backups. So, like I said, if you can improve your video and stream production quality, it seems like your audio quality would be fine, but those would be things that you want to take a look at. So, hopefully that helps you and everybody else when it comes to that sort of thing. For your guest, you have to work with what your guests have. When you guys get fancy, and if you're working with people you trust, when you guys get fancy and you get some money, I'm not there yet, even to where at least where I want to be. You could always, for at least the audio to be good. If you get like something like the MV6, the Shure MV6, if you get really fancy and you're really adamant about your podcast guest audio being good and you know they don't know how to do anything or have the setup, if you all get to being a full-time podcaster or streamer, you could always ship a guest. If you have an interview booked long enough in advance, you could always overnight ship them, if you're willing to, a if you know that they're good for it and you know they're not the kind of people to steal from you, you could ship them a $160 microphone for the podcast interview, a Shure MV6. It's USB Type C, so it's just plug and play for them so that there's good audio. And then after the interview, they have to ship it right back to you. And you could always insure it with UPS so that if anything goes sideways, you're covered, or something like that. Or you could always, if you have gear insurance, you could always claim theft and then get it back, and cover it back. But the goal would be that the person sends it back so that the next guest can have good audio when you send it to them. And then when they see how good the audio is, maybe it would encourage them to actually invest in their own audio setup since it's only $160 to do better audio. So just a thought there. World according to Breaks. So yeah, friend of the show, thank you for the $100 super chat. World according to Briggs. Let's see what we have to say for you. You're already uber successful, but let's see if there's anything we can add, shall we? So let's go. All right, let's click into videos. Good job on the 10 US states that rob you blind. That's like the ultimate video right now, I would say. 10 countries kicking out immigrants in 2025. Off to a great start with that for 3 hours for an inflammatory kind of like, oh, let's go look at this. The one thing I would always say about your thumbnails is that you're a channel that I do not think people will be upset if you use AI to make your thumbnails a little bit better and a little bit more enticing. Your channel wins on titles and topics and timing overwhelmingly, plus the fact that all of your content, aside from the things that put years in it, are evergreen, so you win there. I feel that if you took everything you're doing, Briggs, with your channel, if you took everything you're doing with your channel, but then you hired a thumbnail artist and you told a thumbnail artist that you want your thumbnails to be like Magnates Media, if you combine your titles with the thumbnails of Magnates Media, I think that you get every single video to be 250,000 to 1,000,000 views. So think about it. If you get a thumbnail artist that gives you Magnates Media style thumbnails, you'd be getting these kind of views because your titles and topics are already there. So if you just had those kind of level of thumbnails, and you could just get a thumbnail artist to do these, and you could get a thumbnail artist to get you those level of thumbnails for about 75 to 150 per thumbnail. For the amount of views you're currently getting and stand to get from that, it would absolutely be worth it for you, I think, to get somebody on that level. Maybe a good medium is about $100 per thumbnail for you, but I think that at $100 per thumbnail, you could easily get 250,000 to 1,000,000 views every single upload and get those views probably within a month to 2 months on every single upload. And with your current titles, that is what I would anticipate. And I think that your channel would be elevated by that significantly. I think there are videos in your back catalog even that if they got a better thumbnail, that there are videos in your back catalog that still get views now that could only get more views if you did this. And so I think if you average $100 per thumbnail, that the money is easily made back for the type of channel that you have. It may not even cost $100 per thumbnail. And again, I'm shooting high with getting Magnates Media style thumbnails at 100 to 150 per thumbnail. However, I think if you even got slightly better thumbnails than you had now, that the views significantly go up. But you couldn't lose if you had Magnates Media's thumbnails. You couldn't lose on these videos ever. So that's something that I would look at because your topics are compelling. The titles do most of the heavy lifting. I think that if you had the highest quality thumbnails known to man, that every video ends up instantly being a banger. So that's my thought. I love your level of consistency. I love that the content is evergreen. I love that it's an easy lean back, listen to type watch. I love that every video is usually long enough to get multiple mid-roll ads in from a monetization standpoint. Your channel is a gold mine, and I think that there's more veins that we can tap just by higher level packaging. And so that's what I believe. Sem Comics channel reviews are closed for the night. You have to come back next week. We're gonna try to do it again Friday. Usually Fridays around 6:30, 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we usually will do like 20 of these and try to get them in. It'll take us usually 3 to 4 hours. So yeah. For those questioning it, it doesn't matter if the thumbnails are AI. I know there's some people who are, oh, anti-AI, 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 but being completely anti-AI instead of just using it to your advantage is a losing strategy. You can be anti-AI, but if you're going to be anti-AI, then you have to become the best manual Photoshop artist ever to be competitive on YouTube or the best photographer ever. If you're not, then you're just giving up your views and your revenue and your opportunities to someone who is willing to use AI. So And you can use AI and combine that with Photoshop, and then it's still real work. And again, if you pay a real artist that and you tell them what you want in YouTube, at this point, if you pay them, a lot of them are going to use AI because at that point, as a paid YouTube thumbnail artist, they're trying to get their money's worth and they know you stop paying them if you stop getting views. If the community at large is responding, I'm going to tell all of you a harsh truth that you don't like. The consumer does not care about the ethics of AI any more than they care about the ethics of consumption because they don't care and you don't care that your phone is produced by slave labor in the Congo to mine the silicon for the chips for your phone or the labor in India or China that produces your phone. You don't care about the ethics of that, and no consumer for the most part, or 95% of the consumer base of YouTube videos does not care and does not give a flying crap about the ethics of AI and stealing from artists if you want to cry about it. Nobody cares because if you cannot convince people to care enough to not ethically consume to where they cannot get away from phones and computers and devices that use slave and exploitive labor practices in the Congo to harvest the silicon and cobalt for everything that's electronic that they use, then you cannot get them to care about the ethics of stealing AI artwork when it comes to AI thumbnails or AI artwork on the internet. You cannot. If you can't get people to care about physical exploitation, you can't get them to care about intellectual property theft. Get over it. Sorry, and I know that's not what you want to hear from me. I'm here to tell you the truth. I'm not here to coddle you. I'm not here to win you over. I'm not here to tell you things you like. And so the truth is, if you don't want to use AI thumbnails and you're not good at Photoshop and you're not the best that you can be and somebody else is, they're going to get 10 times as many views as you, and that's going to be the end of it. And so you can choose that if you so desire, but the consumer does not care. You're dying on that hill because you want to, and then never, ever, 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 ever complain about YouTube being unfair then because you chose your fate at that point. And the thing is, if those are your ethics, God bless you. Do not expect everyone else in the marketplace to play by your ethics, and therefore don't complain when you lose to them. That is business, it is ruthless, it is brutal, and the consumer has no ethical consideration for how what they consume is made. I wish it were otherwise. It is not. I feel very strongly about that, but at some point you have to understand how the world really works. It is just how it is, my friend. And I'm sorry if that upsets people. I'm sorry if people don't like that I'm not anti-AI, because I'm going to tell you, I'm here to win. I was the last person at my college developing old school film with all the cancer causing chemicals in the dark room. And everybody was crying about digital photography being the death of the artist. We all got over it and bought digital cameras, and everyone who didn't move on went out of business and lost. Kodak, who started the film industry, ended up dying a punchline. I know the company still kind of exists, but it's a joke now. You know who won? Sony and Nikon. Sony adopted digital and didn't have to cling to the legacy of old school DSLRs, went all in on mirrorless. And because they didn't cling to the legacy, even the one they inherited from Konica Minolta, they won. Sony's number one. They went from being number 12 and being a joke to being number one. Kodak went from building the industry to being the butt of the industry and a punchline in the industry they built. You either embrace technology, embrace change, or you die. It can't be more plain than that. I cannot be more plain than that. And that's how it is. And I'm here to help you win, here to help you keep you alive. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you to pick stances and hills to die on that you can't financially survive. I'm here to win. I'm here to help you win. I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to cater to people's sensibilities and sensitivities if it's contradicting reality. So anyway, for my friend Briggs here, would love to see you at Vid Summit again this year, man. For my friend Briggs here, your answer is to get thumbnails from somebody by whatever means that are on par with the thumbnails from Magnates Media, because for your consistency and your titles being as strong as they are, you could be getting 250,000 to 1 million views on every video in a 2-week to 60-day cycle on each of those videos if your thumbnails are at that level. Because it's literally at this point, the only real weakness that you have is that packaging, being able to compete at that level. It's the only thing because your titles and topics are overperforming considering the packaging they have. If they get that kind of packaging, every video is 250,000 to 2 million views. So that's where we're at. So yeah, once in a while, again, you get ranty Roberto every once in a while. It is what it is. Let's see. We got Ben Abe. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Ben Abe. Let's hunt down your channel. Yeah. All right. We got. Oh, sorry about that. So Ben Abe says, thanks for doing what you do. Appreciate you, man. So 113 videos, 10,000 subs. Congrats. I actually really like this banner. So this is kind of cool. On mobile, I would assume that these other things are hard to read, but maybe not impossible, but I think that's okay. I think that's not going to be the most important thing. So you're a Brazilian, Cuban, Lebanese American. Well, God bless your heart. Exploring Latin and Arab culture and its media. Okay, cool. All right, so right off the bat, I think that the topics are interesting, but I think once again, this is a channel that is suffering from a crisis of the packaging um, not being great, while the videos can actually be interesting. So this packaging is not doing it, my friend. Your packaging would be a combination of photography and design, and the photography needs to be better. It looks like it just relies heavily on things clipped out of a video. For example, look at the packaging you did in this 1 year ago for 1 year ago for first Ramadan non-Muslim, my story, 10 days. One, those things spoke to identity, interesting, curiosity, but the visual on this is just telling a great story. No food, no water, and here's a photo of you. And then you're saying, hey, it's my first Ramadan as a non-Muslim. And so that's an interesting thing worth clicking on. It's going to take less than 5 minutes of our day. Okay, cool. Fair enough. This was high quality enough. This other thing with American Reacts is a good format. The thumbnail was atrocious. The thumbnail is a 1 out of 5. But at least the title communicates something interesting enough to where people would give it a chance to see what is American going to say if they react to this. So I would do American reacts to videos as a staple, and I would find very popular things on TikTok and source really popular things on TikTok that you can react to as an American. The American reacts first time drinking camel milk. That's really a good staple of being an American and eating or drinking something for the first time. This thumbnail is a 2 out of 5, but at least it tells the story visually in an interesting way. I think that you should do these videos and do more American reacts from the to or yeah, American tries this for the first time. American reacts to this and source things that are popular. And then also do Americans first time doing this, exploring the city of blah 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 as an American. Um, you know, Americans first Arab breakfast. This again, just use a better overall thumbnail strategy. It's not your same content, but I want to show you something to help inspire you in terms of how effective visual thumbnail storytelling can be with very little text. Even though it's a completely different um genre of content, I want you to still take, and again, she's a female creator, but I want you to think of the ability to become the male equivalent of look at the storytelling in Hope Scope's thumbnails. Now imagine what doing a guy's version of this involving food and travel could look like. And I think it could be great. I just think that there are aesthetic considerations. So how would I define this in breaking down? The before and after split test thumbnail using two different colors, realistic thumbnails that are hyper realistic that show something weird or interesting that's exaggerated. Again, pulling a secret door behind these washing machines is brilliant storytelling, even though it literally doesn't happen in the video. It's brilliant storytelling. Look at how a video is done when there are multiple items. When there are multiple items and you're trying something or taste testing something, or oh, I tried every flavor of this Arab candy or something like that. The concept of showing, even if it's not what's actually in the video, the concept of showing large numbers of items and conveying the concept of I did everything, I tried everything, it's storytelling. It's compelling. It's making Netflix style thumbnails. So Hope Scope, you could still gain a lot of value using a lot of the strategy for thumbnails and aesthetic quality of thumbnails as Hope Scope's doing, even though you're doing completely different content. Even for the American trying something Arab or trying something this or that, using the color schema of being able to do something that shows a representation of the different colors and the different flags by putting yourself in the center and then on either side and doing it in a cleaner way versus a cluttered way. This is just a good communication style for thumbnails in general. So you could take inspiration from Hope Scope, even though you do completely different content from her. So again, when looking at that from the standpoint of the packaging around your thumbnails, you could benefit. And there's also using even the thought process. Think about this. Um, you know, I try American tries Iraqi soda for the first time. I tried every flavor and then a thumbnail of you and then a stack of a bunch of bottles, even if it's AI or whatever, but you have one real bottle in your hand holding it up to your mouth, and then the background is a bunch of them. Or you could even do you know, Arab soda versus American soda. American American tries for the first time, Arab soda versus American soda, and then one side of it is a big old stack of Coca-Cola products, and the other one is their Iraqi counterparts or their Arab counterparts, and you use the color schemas of the flags on either side of that, or even the branding or whatever. So it'd be a red on the left, and then a bunch of Coca-Cola bottles, and behind you, and then it's you drinking the Iraqi version, and then it's a green background, but with a bunch of Iraqi soda bottles stacked, and that would be a potentially viral thumbnail, to be honest with you. So again, a lot of you have good ideas. You're either not taking them far enough to make them interesting for casual viewers, and a lot of you are not making the packaging of the ideas the best that they could be. Katie is saying next time if I'm your in, you'll grab as many handles as you can. All right, thank you, appreciate that. All right, so Urban Gear Man. Well, the channel definitely says what it is. Urban Gear Man. Look to the streets, to the skies. It's Urban Gear Man. Urban Gear Man. Let's see. So hopefully, yep, this is the right channel. Finally. All right, cool. To the Gearmobile. Ba-da-da-da-da. Da 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 Gearman. Da 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 Gearman. Gearman. I've been Gearman. All right. I'm done playing around. The Get Fly store. Okay. No idea what that means, but okay. The Get Fly store, maybe that's your store, that's your website. Okay, cool. I would prefer that the logo itself in terms of the crown be the profile icon and we don't bother with the text, or if we do, it's very smaller and represent here because it's harder to read and we can't even see the logo. So I would have a graphic designer set that up to just work better with the space that you have. I would also do something differently with that regarding the headline there. So I'd also probably just change the text and font. I don't know why there's sans serif there. It would be stronger, especially for an urban brand, if this is serif based font and it's more like a typewriter style. It would be stronger with a more modern sans serif font, maybe something like Universe italic bold, Futura medium bold, or even Futura black. Oswald bold could work. Probably Poppins bold or even Poppins black could work as a font. Let's see. I do like the latest thumbnail. I think that that's actually really clever, really well done, and I like that. I like the reaction style thumbnails going on here. 1,000 videos, 1.1 K subs. What's the channel trying to accomplish? Let's see if I'm able to discern that. It seems like you, in many cases, are an accessory channel, and there's also a reaction component. And it looks like it's, urban accessories and jewelry. Do I have that right, Urban Gear Man? I do love the yellow in those thumbnails, by the way. In fact, the yellow could be better for the banner here, potentially. I think a black and yellow aesthetic would actually be really good for the channel's branding. So I would go with black and yellow. Um, for those unsure, serifs are the ticks at the end of the edges. Yeah, that's right. Correct. Hmm. I think the biggest challenge here is once again the thumbnails. And yes, the reaction style thumbnails aren't always getting the views, but I think that that's just a thumbnail and title combination. I also think you should do more variety of these thumbnail poses, and you should do a photo shoot where you have a large amount of them to select from, and then that would give you a lot more potential for people not to feel like the videos are repetitive or that they've seen them before, because I think in some cases people think they've seen these before because you're using repetitive thumbnails and then only changing the text. Do more of these and do it in these clothes, and then um it'll be better. Also, Doug is saying that on mobile the banner cuts off the T and the E and says that he get fly store, not the get fly store. So that is a key here. Thumbnail poses do go a long way. And then also some of these, frankly, showing the goods, so to speak, in a more Instagram aesthetic quality would ultimately do better. Uh, so that is something to consider here. Most views is the rappers getting caught wearing fake jewelry. I think that doing a series of reacting to fake jewelry scams, reacting to rappers' fake jewelry, like most embarrassing moments, react, rappers wearing fake jewelry. So it's a hip hop jewelry channel. Yeah. So I would focus on a couple of key pillars and series. Um, exposing rappers for their fake jewelry, exposing fake jewelry scams. So one content pillar I would use here strategically would be exposed videos. Exposed videos exposing, you know, 50 Cent's fake jewelry, exposing Nick Cannon's fake jewelry. So when it comes to that, it's poses, different poses of you doing stuff, and then a photo of that rapper in the thumbnail. Take inspiration from exposed videos in the commentary community, like CoffeeZilla, for example. Um, when he exposes scammers, take inspiration from that, but then it's you and it's you doing different poses. And again, I think you got to do different poses wearing your black and yellow outfit. And then it's got to be different poses where you are mad, or where you're reacting, or you're shocked, or you like this. And it's like, you, get them. Don't be doing, don't let me catch you slipping. Don't let me catch you out in these streets. Don't let me catch you with these fake jewelry. Like, and that's got to be the poses for the thumbnail. And then it's a cutout, then, and a good quality cutout. And when you do it, do some sharpening, do some Photoshop, do some sharpening, and make sure that you have the rapper that you're calling out, and do individual exposing videos on rappers for their fake jewelry. So that's one content pillar for a series. Then exposing fake jewelry scams. I would, if you don't have a particular person who's famous to call out, the stand-in for the scams is just put like exposing fake jewelry scams, and then maybe put a red circle, kind of like the spoiler videos. Put a red circle and then put some jewelry in a red circle with an arrow, and then have a Photoshop standing for the criminal, and then just for fun, maybe it's the Hamburglar, but then you have somebody make a Photoshop of the Hamburglar wearing a bunch of fake gold chains, and then that's how you're doing the exposing the fake jewelry scam, and then just make it something kind of clever like that. I would actually, a weird thing I would do, just because it would resonate and it'd be funny and people would react to it, is I'd probably commission Photoshop or do some even AI, have AI generate it, and have like, when you want to do a series of exposing fake jewelry scams, have like Grimace where thugged out and wearing a bunch of chains, and then it's you like shaking your head in the thumbnail, or like this, and then it's Grimace with like a bunch of gold chains and a grill. And then it's Ronald McDonald, and then it's the Hamburglar, and then it's like just as a pop culture reference, and then people will click on that. People will click on that, and then that's funny, right? So you have the fake jewelry scam videos, you have the exposing rappers fake jewelry videos. Those are two different content series and pillars that people want to watch and could casually click on if you're using my thumbnail strategy for it. Usually when I do a consultation with people, I give them the 5 or 6 content pillars I think they should be doing, and then they decide to do it or not. These are 2 out of the 5 or 6 you could be doing. Then in terms of when you want to show off um, jewelry collections, I think in the title for those and in the thumbnails for those, you need to have like a big dollar amount that says how much something is, and show that it's expensive, because that attracts people, because there's status um and social proof in that thumbnail, especially if they could see you holding an item. So one thing could be you holding, and don't hold the box in front of your face. People still like faces. So then you hold it like that, where you're unboxing it and it shows it. And then maybe there's a close up in a circle in the thumbnail, kind of like a spoiler video for the movie spoiler videos. So that's how you'd want to do that. And that gives you about 3 out of 5 or 6 content pillars. For unboxings, you want to usually either do a close-up of the item itself, or you want to do a video that looks like it would be a haul video where there's a large number of items. So there you go. Those are some ideas for you. And like I said, the poses in the thumbnails. I like this pose, but I want you in the black and yellow gear for that. And I want you to figure out about 20, 30 different poses and facial expression combinations. Use the range of emotions of shocked, angry, do multiple shocked, multiple angry, multiple sad, multiple happy, multiple excited, things like that. And then also do a bunch of interesting poses with jewelry and chains and so on. And then you can reuse and mix and match those in thumbnails, and then it works out. So those are my thoughts for you, my friend. Doug, how many more do we have? Because we know I'm fading. We know I'm fading. How many more do we have? We've got like 8 more, don't we? All right. Let's see if we can power through them. We've got Luminos Star. Let's see. I think I found the channel. 13,000 subs. All right. Self-improvement, recovery tools, moving forward. Okay. Um, Logo is impossible to read. It's not very sharp. You might be better with giant LZ in the font that you want to use for that, just so it's easier and clearer to read, because that's just really fuzzy and it doesn't do much there. So that's just a point of easy and quick criticism. Same thing for the banner is I would just go with something cleaner, like we've talked about for other channels in the past. 13,000 subscribers. Congratulations. 90% of people never get to 10,000, so that's really good. Empowering your journey from narcissistic abuse, tools to help rebuild. I would say for this, also look to things that are working aesthetically for this in and even in titles of look to Instagram content. A lot of Instagram content is dealing with this subject matter and is winning. Um, your thumbnails are good here, but I'm not sure what's happening with your views. It's really weird. I wonder if I'm gonna try something. We're gonna see what happens if I put your channel on restricted mode and see if the videos are yep, a bunch of your videos disappear in restricted mode. You're gonna want to verify. You're going to want to open up your channel in 2 windows with the videos tab. You're going to want to take one and put one in restricted mode on, one in restricted mode off, and see which of your videos disappear when you go into restricted mode. You're going to want to appeal all of those videos in YouTube using their appeals form for restricted mode. And you're going to want to do that because that could be affecting your channel negatively. So you're going to want to do that. It's always a good test to run when something feels off with views like this on a channel your size. So check restricted mode. And I'm going to need to toggle off of restricted mode here. Why is my computer locking up? Really, YouTube? Thank you. Ah, of course. Oh, you know what? It's because I'm doing all these YouTube searches. It's not sure it's me. It's because I'm doing so much in a certain period of time. All right, so we'll give YouTube a second to sort itself out and realize that I'm me. Also, I need to take it out of bloody restricted mode. At least as best as I can tell, it's not affecting the live stream itself. So that's at least thank goodness for small favors there, right? Um, so let's toggle off of restricted mode here. Oh, come on. No, YouTube, I don't want to change my language to Bangladesh. Like, really? Bear with me, everybody. YouTube is having a seizure on my end. Sheesh. Sorry about this with your review. Luminos Star. YouTube is misbehaving because I decided to verify that restricted mode was impacting your channel. Let's see. Okay. We should be okay now, and we should unlock restricted mode on this browser. Yes, you can verify that it's me. Jeez, man. Okay, good. Restricted mode is off now. Thank you. Jesus, YouTube. Um, Now I need it to change my bloody location. Why is it doing this to me? Yeah. Sometimes, man, this website. Thanks everyone for bearing with me. This is the one thing with these kind of technical difficulties that you have to put up with during a live stream when the website decides to be uncooperative and crashes out. But also, to be fair, the way that I do the channel reviews does create a unusual pattern for YouTube. So at least they're trying to keep us safe. So I can't be too mad. It's just the nature of how I'm doing something that is abnormal YouTube behavior. Because you usually, aside from YouTube Shorts, would not be cycling through channels at this rate. Come on, YouTube. Oh, wait, can you guys hear me? All right, can you guys hear me now? What about now? Can you guys hear me now? Okay, good. I think that's what happens when you go for almost 4 hours. Okay. So hopefully this is gonna start working because right now it's slowing down, but I think we'll be okay. But as I was saying, with your channel with restricted mode, it's possible because of the sensitivity of your subject matter, even though there are channels who do it, that it could be putting some of your content in restricted mode and limiting it because it might feel that some of the content might be unsafe in some way. And that's not really your fault, but that is just some of the extra guardrails that might exist in it. This happens with mental health channels fairly often, believe it or not. So, don't feel too bad, but it's not unknown to happen to a channel like yours. Seen it before. Um, it's a shame because I know that your channel is just trying to help people and help them understand themselves better, what they've been through. But it's something you might want to look into. Let's see what your most popular content has been. I think doing more of the listicle videos of signs and then dealing with popular topics like love bombing is a popular topic, especially right now, especially like New Year's, pre-Valentine's Day. Love bombing is a popular topic. So you might want to cover stuff like that. Um, I think content around attachment styles. So, anxious and avoidant attachment styles are very popular right now. You might want to cover that here in the channel. So I think that those things can be incredibly helpful. This is one niche where I think to some degree, um, you might want to try to find a consistent thumbnail style because these random thumbnail styles aren't helping you with consistent views. I think that sometimes using figures from pop culture in these style of thumbnails would actually work really well. And I think maybe using the images of abusive characters in pop culture could work really well. I would take inspiration for this channel from a channel called Charisma on Command, to be honest. So I actually would replicate as much as you can, if not everything, from Charisma on Command, but for this type of content. So I would do everything that Charisma on Command does, but then focused it through the lens of um different various forms of recognizing abuse. So instead of trying to help people become more charismatic, you can help them become more self-aware of situations where they might be like abused or something like that. Or around or even knowing about different personality disorders or things like that. Um or red flags and things like that, but I would use the titling and thumbnail style and the use of pop culture and known public figures in the way that Charisma on Command does. But I would just do it for this niche. And I would also use this thumbnail style as well. So that's what I would do. And you can see why and how that would be effective. So hopefully, aside from your issues with restricted mode, I think that this approach to content, I don't want to click into the video. I want to click into the videos tab. Jeez, YouTube. Swear. All right. Why am I mad? YouTube behaved for 4 hours straight. Why am I mad? It's fine. So yeah, so I would use these thumbnail styles. I would use figures in media and pop culture and public figures. And I would actually even use this title framing, but I would use it with the themes that you're covering, and I would expand those themes: narcissistic personality, abusive, like personality types, love bombing, love languages, avoidant attachment style, anxious attachment style, how to know when you're this, how to know when that, how to know, um, just different things. Red flags, green flags, that stuff. So like um 8 psychological tricks that abusers use to manipulate you. And then put like two like known figures in that. You know, small changes that help you overcome anxious attachment style. Um, you know, how to set proper boundaries and make people respect you. A clear sign someone is love bombing you. You know, even taking the 8 clear signs, someone's gaslighting you, or 9 clear signs, someone's gaslighting you. You know, how to be less anxious in conversations. So I would literally borrow a lot from Charisma on Command if I were you. The pop culture stuff, you did for your shorts, and you're loving the advice. Yep. What do you think about real life stories of survivors for video and podcast episodes? For podcast episodes, if it's interviews with people sharing, maybe. For podcast interviews, and maybe as a brand extension and expansion, yes. For regular videos, not as much. Um, could have complications. I think for podcast interviews, though, yes. Let me see. Excuse me. So next up, we have, let's see. I think we have 6 of these left. Katie, Doug, you could let me know. I think we have 6 of these left. So we have NGW Studio. We have Maddie J. We have Al Phil, Official Gameplay Studios, Veggie Farming, Brian, and then Elisa. So okay, we've got 7. Well, 6 after this, but we've got 7. Okay. We can make it. We are gonna have to end the stream for our LinkedIn friends. I think because I don't think that LinkedIn can do for more than 4 hours. We'll see. So it'll either automatically end or we'll end it for LinkedIn, but we'll obviously continue streaming for everybody else and all the other places. So, but NGW Studio says, "Hey Roberto, would love a review on my channel. I'm using this channel as practice to be an AI creative director, but I'm very curious about your insight in terms of AI content moving forward on YouTube. Thank you for your time." Okay, so let's check this out. When it comes to AI content in YouTube, YouTube itself is embracing AI native to its tools, something we're all going to be getting in terms of AI sometime next year or this year, by the end of this year, is we will all theoretically be getting AI auto dubbing for multi-language for our channels. And YouTube's going to do that. We should theoretically all get more views out of that in the near future because it'll expand us to global audiences. So then combined with Google AI translating for chat, we'll then theoretically have global universal chat. Um, as far as comments, not the live chat, not yet. Eventually we will have live multi-language audio, but that's probably 5 to 7 years away from now for AI. So we'll have real-time dubbing, and then real-time audio translation is the future of AI content for YouTube, and all of us getting some form of AI. That's what it's going to look like, because the real key feature of AI that no one talks about is how it's going to impact accessibility. So accessibility is really the long-term play that will be what AI does. So you got 32 videos, 100 subscribers. I actually really like the aesthetic of this banner, and I like the aesthetic of the profile pic. So well done on both of those. Kudos to you there. In terms of the actual content, because of the way you did the titles and the lettering, I can't read most of it at a glance, if I'm being honest with you. So I think that you need to not be fancy when it comes to that part or that sort of thing. You just need to use the regular font or whatever for YouTube and not be fancy when it comes to the lettering, because this italic and doing this weird font or weird caricature thing is actually just getting in the way. I can't read a lot of it in some cases or understand it, or at a glance, it turns me off. So I would avoid those type of things. It looks like this is it's hard to understand what the channel is. It says you're experimenting, but I don't feel like I understand the consistency of what the channel is offering. And I think that that could be confusing for viewers too, if they don't fully understand. Some of these are album cover tests, and I get that you're seeing what you can do, I guess, with a combination of AI music and AI visuals, but it's really hard to parse what the channel is trying to offer. Yep. So that's the kind of thing that this particular channel struggles with. Now, here's the thing. I think that the strongest content you could do is the Aesop's Fables content. And I think 1 to 3 minutes is about right for that. And I think it could be really good. I also think it could work for YouTube Shorts. I actually think that this kind of thing is things that people won't mind. I also think this could attract a large number of young viewers. So I actually would lean more into the famous fables from Aesop, from Greek mythology, from folklore, and I would make fable and folklore content in with AI animation. People won't care nearly as much about that sort of thing. Especially since it's public domain. In fact, for a lot of you, your answer if you want to get into AI content generation, the answer to it, and a thing no one can complain about the ethics of, is if you literally do public domain content for the most part. So that would be kind of my thoughts around this. I think that natural voice performances, but with AI voice mods, are going to be the best for AI voice. However, I also think that we're less than 2 years away from no one being able to tell the difference between AI and natural voice reading with the things they're building and the data collected. And I think that obviously the best at this is going to be 11 Labs. So, yeah, I think we're less than a year away, two at the most, from no one being able to tell. Once you start using good AI audio tools, no one will be able to tell in like 18 months. I think it's actually getting really good now. There are AI voice channels that I find myself listening to that I do not mind, like, at all, and that seem very natural. I think that there are some that are being performed by humans, but with an AI voice filter. Like, I'll give you an example. There's a channel called the Three-Eyed Theorist, which is a play on the Three-Eyed Raven that does fan fiction that are audio dramas of Game of Thrones that give you an a alternate storyline for the Game of Thrones universe. Like, what if Robert Baratheon survived? For example, or what if Jon Snow didn't kill Daenerys Targaryen? Let's get into it. And it's like they're really good, and then they're performed in the voice of the characters. But I think it's just an AI voice filter being acted out by a real person, and then it feels like you're listening to a radio drama or a theatrical version of an audiobook. And I'm almost positive this is being done specifically with 11 Labs. So if you wanted my thoughts on the nature of AI content in YouTube, I think it's the low effort stuff that makes people upset. Um, but I think that the extremely well performed things only make anti-AI people upset, and regular people, if the quality of content is improved by AI, then regular people will not care. I promise you that. Um, so regular people will not care as long as what they get is good. So, yeah, those are my thoughts with regard to the AI content on YouTube. So, yeah, as long as people are getting good stuff, they will not care. So, it will always come down to, what's in it for me as a consumer, as a viewer. Um, Most viewers are gonna have that consumer approach, and they care about what's in it for them, and all they want is to get the best content that they're capable of. They will not care about the particulars of how they get that consumption. Um, so yeah, Maddie J, it looks like you're streaming right now. So hopefully you're watching the replay. Your question is, do shorts hurt a channel like mine or channels in general? Also, what's your quick thoughts on my views and channel my size? So you have a channel here, it looks like, with 1.2K subscribers. Your video views, let's see them here. Where'd it go? Um, hmm. Your titles for the gameplay, one, Ghost of Tsushima. It's really late playing this game, almost 2 years later. So timing really matters. And so if you play a game outside of its largest hype cycle, the views will not be great. There are some games that have evergreen views, Five Nights at Freddy's, for example, and playing Five Nights at Freddy's for the first time, or blind walk through Five Nights at Freddy's, that would do well, obviously. Um, I think that it's less about channel views for your size and more about the fact that there are, like, you're mixing too much things, by the way. You're trying to do gameplays and walkthroughs as a variety gamer and streamer and do reactions. Um, I would not be mixing these. If you want to do anime reactions, I would do a different channel for anime reactions, but then I would consolidate these by doing variety streams on Twitch. So I do two channels, a gaming channel and anime reacts channel, and then I would be consolidating them with streams on Twitch, where you can be a variety streamer on Twitch. That's what'll keep you from feeling like you're burning out by focusing on one thing or by having the two channels, is you consolidate it with variety streaming on Twitch. You focus on one thing here. And again, your problem is for the videos themselves, they're recorded videos, is playing games that you want to play, but playing them past their prime and past their hype. If you want to do that, I think that those should all be live streams. I think that those should all be live streams. Oh, why is YouTube bugging right now? And that you could do that, like I said. And I think that that can work. You seem to be playing what you want on live stream. So if you're going to stream and make what you want and play what you want on stream, I would focus more on relevant games when it comes to your regular videos on YouTube, and play games that are relevant when they are relevant, and jump on hype trains and be early to things. You are 2 to 3 years late on Ghost of Tsushima. Be early on Assassin's Creed Shadows. Be early on Ghost of was it Ghost of Yunkai or whatever it is. Um so be early to this next cycle of games. For older games, I think that if you play horror games like Poppy and Amnesia and Five Nights at Freddy's, those games have more evergreen value. And then if you start playing these games like Black Myth Wukong, again, I'd make the thumbnail more about the game, and I don't think you need to be in the thumbnail. I don't think it's terrible because, I mean, it worked for a couple of these to get a couple hundred views, which for your size would be fine. But I would A/B test then. Do an A/B test. Do one thumbnail with you in the thumbnail. Do another one that's just the game character in a really interesting way, like how the Rad Brad does it. And so A/B test them. Then whichever one performs, that's what you abide by. You know? It is what it is. Do I think shorts hurt you? No, not necessarily, because the thing that you guys think when you say, do shorts hurt me? You're asking, why is it that I'm not getting the views on my long form that I want? Which is the wrong way to think about YouTube shorts. YouTube shorts are their own thing, and you should not look at them in terms of how they benefit long form content. So those are my thoughts on your channel. Al Phil, $20 super chat. My channel is about telling stories of soccer players who played in Liga MX. My question is, would there be legal issues doing this content? What should I avoid? And should I open up the sponsors? I have no issues with open up to sponsors as long as you're doing things under fair use and you're adding commentary, just like we did for the American football channel Bears Yard. You should be fine. Let me try and pull the channel up here if YouTube wants to stop playing with me. Wow, YouTube really wants to play with me right now. Come on. Really, YouTube? Really? In fact, actually, let me just try closing that tab and just opening a new YouTube tab and see if that helps at all. Alfil, you're saying my channel is Spanish. I'm worried telling soccer player stories might cause issues. I'm paranoid. No, I think you're being paranoid. I think you'll be fine. Other people are making the content, so it should be fine. Come on, YouTube. Stop playing with me. Sorry that this late in the stream, guys, that the website is giving me so many problems. I don't know why. Let me try something. Yeah, I tried a new private tab. Let me see if that works. It's at least working a little better. Here you go. So I'll fill with share screen, allow, share the screen. Okay. So I'll fill, you've got a football channel, soccer channel here. I think you're doing really good. I think you're right somewhere between what Bears Yard is doing, but for soccer, and at the same time, higher quality, which is closer to what Gridiron is doing for American football. So I think that you've nailed it. I think that these are great thumbnails. I think that it looks like it's quality in terms of the editing that you're doing. I think that you are over worrying and being paranoid. I think this has been working for you for a good minute. So I actually don't think you have to worry about telling the player stories and being paranoid. I think this is actually working. Great job on this. This is actually really compelling. This is really powerful. So my only advice is I think that you need to ask people to subscribe in the video about 2 or 3 minutes into the video, because I think for the views that you're getting, you could have more subscribers. I'm actually kind of surprised in a way that your channel is not at 100,000 subscribers. And I really believe it's because you're not asking them to subscribe. So this is excellent. I don't have a lot of commentary on this, primarily because I think your biggest problem is not asking people to subscribe about roughly 2 to 3 minutes into the video, because I think that for you, for the views you're getting, it would have made all the difference and you'd be at 100,000 subscribers by now. You hardly get likes and subs, but it says that 80% of your stuff is from TV and you never asked. That's why. Yeah, between that and the fact that I think that YouTube is going to work on something for connected televisions really soon to help balance that out. So I do feel that that will start to benefit those of you who are getting TV views for doing documentary and cine style content like this. So I think that that's going to be helping very soon. So good job. Good job. I don't think you need to be paranoid about this, and about getting cracked down on it. I think there are other channels I've definitely seen doing something very similar, even if it's in the Spanish language, so, or in other countries even. So, official gameplay studio. Official gameplay studio. All right, let's see what you've got going on here. So your channel is, I think we're in the home stretch. I think we've only got 4 more. 3 more, I think. Yeah, 3 more. Thank God. Okay. Um, oh, Jay, we're just super late night. You got your channel reviewed. Oh wait, we talked about that, right? Yeah, you got your channel reviewed just recently. You were like one of the more recent ones to get reviewed. It's just that it took us forever to get here. Um, but Official Gameplay Studios. Banner definitely could use some work. Good job on 3,000 subscribers, 500 something videos, probably a lot of shorts in there. Thumbnails are not the worst, but also not necessarily the best. Seems there's a heavy Fortnite focus here. What was the most popular content? Is this Fortnite or is this something else? Elimination, solo versus squads, Fortnite. Okay. So heavy Fortnite focus. I would only focus on Fortnite for this channel. And yeah, it does look like this is, I don't know what Hunters is. Oh, it's Hunters is a mode in Fortnite. Okay, cool. I get it. All right. So here's the thing. I would focus on whatever the newest thing in Fortnite is, because Fortnite is largely about hype and it's about all these new releases, like when they're doing a Marvel collab or they're doing this. So I would focus on whatever the new hype thing is, but I would also look at compilations, glitches, hacks, maybe even lean slightly into controversies, because I think the issue here, the thumbnails could be slightly better, but I think the real issue here is you're not covering the things that the community cares about the most. And so I think with this kind of thing, and especially with gaming in general, you have to prioritize what people care about more and what people care about most. So I think that's like your biggest issue here, because I think that Fortnite is one of those things that relies heavily on timing if you yourself are not like a pro player. So, the value proposition that you're claiming is it's to motivate you and to have fun, and I totally get that. But the reality is that if you're trying to do that with these audiences, they care about what's new more than they care about anything, and they're all jumping on the new thing in the game and the new collab, the new skins, the new this. So you need to kind of take that approach into framing the content. Um, at least in my opinion, these views are not bad, by the way, for your channel size at all in any way, shape, or form. So I don't want you to take discouragement from that. but I do think that you need to focus on the things that people are clearly showing you that they're most interested in at any given time, and then capitalize on that. I also think that what that could look like, I mean, I can't think of a channel right now specifically, but I also think there's another approach you can use. Another approach you can use is actually one from somebody that I coached in Clash Royale, um, in his channel, Abdude. Um, I think I have to type in Abdude in Clash Royale for his channel to come up. So, oh, I always spell it wrong. It's Abdude with an O and not a D. Sorry, not an O and not a U. I think if you do things like this, but for Fortnite, I think if you do things like this, but for Fortnite, and if you do sneak peeks and in a nutshell videos of explaining certain things in Fortnite, like this in a nutshell, this in a nutshell, that in a nutshell, and you do videos like these, but for Fortnite, for features, characters, updates, things like that. I think it'll be wildly successful, kind of like what Obdode was able to do for Clash Royale. When I was talking to this kid, he had 4,000 subscribers, and we worked together for a good minute through coaching through Supercell's creator program, because they have an arrangement with me to coach their gamers. And for their content creation. And so he had to pivot from Clash Mini because Clash Mini did not go global. So since Clash Mini didn't go global, he just pivoted, even though people said, oh, it was saturated, he pivoted into Clash Royale, and then was able to be, as you can see, wildly successful. I think that this same strategy and approach will work for the current Fortnite scene. And so I think that that would work really well. So I would take inspiration from this and apply it to your channel, is how I would probably go about it. Yet again, more of the challenges of gaming channels. Um, Home stretch, 3 more. Veggie Farming. Um, all right. Hopefully you're still awake, Veggie Farming. We did get to you. So if anyone wants to let you know, we got to you. So I love the branding for your channel. I love the aesthetic here. Very well done. Like this 130 videos, 4,000 subscribers. Y'all are doing pretty good with this, and a lot of shorts. So that's also okay. Got it. So let's see the videos here. Videos are doing pretty well. Just want to see more consistency and more recent videos. Maybe you're doing shorts right now to supplement, which is fine. You remind me of one of my students who is currently doing coaching with me, doing VIP coaching with me, Cassandra from Living Like a Farm Girl. So Cassandra from Living Like a Farm Girl, very similar content to you. I think she came to us with, well, I say maybe 30,000 subscribers, 20,000 subscribers. She's at like close to 300,000 now, like 250,000, closing in on 300,000. She's doing really well. Your content is very similar. Your thumbnails are immaculate. Your thumbnails are really, really strong for what they are. And this is perfect. This is exactly what you should be doing. I think that sometimes the real issue in your case, because if you look at it, the majority of your issue, I think, is consistency and frequency. And you've tried to make up the difference of that with YouTube Shorts. You improved your thumbnails over time and you made them better, you made them stronger. I think that you got discouraged that not every video was getting 1,000 views. I can't, I'm just guessing when it comes to that. And so you went and you did shorts, and we'll see how your shorts have been doing, but that's my assumption. But these are really good videos and you shouldn't be giving up on them. And sometimes videos like this are evergreen and they take a while to pop off. They could take months or years to pop off. It happens. But the thing is, these videos pop off more when you make 2 of them a week. They do better. Because if you were doing 2 of them a week, for all the time that it took you, for like the fact that for the regular videos, I don't think you have 100 regular videos on YouTube. I think you have close to, let's count, 3, 6, 9, 12. 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30, 33, 36, 39, 42, 45, 48, 51, 54, then 60, 63, 66, 69. You have 69 of 100 videos on YouTube, 130 videos on YouTube, and that got you to 4,000 subscribers. So if you were doing, and that's over the last 4 years, if you were doing right now, or even over the last 4 years, if you were doing 2 videos a week, you would have gotten 10,000 subscribers minimum per year over the last 3 or 4 years. So you'd be at, assuming no compounding, you'd be at 40, 50,000 subscribers. With compounding, it's possible that at 2 videos a week, you would have been close to, or next year, you'd be getting 100,000 subscribers. So your biggest issue is consistency because you've gotten to right where you need to be with packaging and quality of your videos. It's that doing more of them would beget more views and there'd be compounding and the videos recommend each other. Y'all keep forgetting that videos, the more videos you have, the more interconnected videos recommending each other in the YouTube algorithm. The other thing is you did about roughly equal shorts, but you, in theory, and I can't see dates on shorts, you might be more consistent on shorts. Maybe you're happier with the fact that those take less time, get more views. These are aesthetically gorgeous shorts, but I don't think you should be choosing between long form and shorts, and I don't think you should be judging them on the same amount of views. I think that no matter what, you should be posting 2 videos a week of the quality that you're capable of, never at least missing 1 video a week, then post shorts on top of that, and then do a live chat with your community once a week to build depth and relationship. Turn it to subscribers only mode for chat to get more people to be encouraged to subscribe, and then you'll see growth. I think if you do these things, then your channel has a lot of potential. I think that it's a strong channel, strong aesthetic, strong visual, strong banding. Its main weakness is consistency and just output, output, output. But I think that that's what's happening here. I think we only have 2 more. Home stretch. Home stretch. Almost there. So we got Brian Adamson, and then we'll close out with Lisa Does. So Brian Adamson. Brian, son of Adam. Okay, so we've got Brian here. Hopefully you're still watching. 794 videos. Nice. Channel go-to resource for personal growth, financial freedom, spiritual development. Promises a lot, but what's the unique angle? Believers in biz. Okay, that's the unique angle. Believers. Okay, cool. Um, hmm. I think that this might be, in theory, doing too much, and I think you need more focus, and you need to focus on what did people respond to the most from you? Hmm. How to leave the rat race. Real estate agent for home appraisal. What's your business background? Do you say what your business background and what your credential is? Because I think that you need to 17 years of experience building a multi-million dollar business. I've retired from corporate America, dedicated my life to empowering others do the same. I help clients and coaches scale 6, 7 figure businesses through faith-driven leadership. Okay, take inspiration from Myron Golden. You should take inspiration from Myron Golden. You're very similar. What I think you need to do, however, is your video titles, topics, and packaging need to focus on leaving the rat race and focus on how the 9 to 5 and how careerism is destroying your health physically, destroying you spiritually, destroying your family, and stealing your wealth. And those would be the ways I would frame your titles. I think the packaging of your titles is not ideal, and your thumbnails, and I think the value proposition is unclear. I think the value proposition needs to be um God wants more for you. Like something to that degree, right? I think it needs to be a stronger message of, you know, um, you know, maybe it's faith driven finance, or maybe it's leaving your job and building your kingdom, you know, and that something to that degree, right? But I think the focus for what you're saying your thing is about growth and stuff like that, the titles need to be in themselves more aggressive. The thumbnails and the branding needs to be cleaner, more minimalistic, more clear, but also more dynamic by far. And it needs to feel like less generic, because these titles are generic and they're not aggressive enough, and they don't scream to the identity that ties to the response you're trying to get. Um, And what you need to do is the content needs to focus about quitting the 9 to 5 in most of the titles. And the other things need to be titles that focus it on um like leaving the 9 to 5, toxic productivity, um, you know, um, what God says about your finances, how your career is destroying your life, your marriage, and your health. Um, you know, God's answer for leaving the rat race. Take a lot of inspiration from Myron Golden. Um, Make a video about whether um, does God love the rich and hate the poor? And then frame it as a defense of capitalism, individual responsibility, and God's message to um, righteousness for people who are wealthy, and for ambition and a rejection of sloth for people who are struggling. That if you're struggle, like, it needs to be something aggressive. It needs to be something like that. It needs to be something aggressive to the degree of how, like, the seven deadly sins exist in modernity, right? Um, like, what, what does God think about capitalism? That sort of thing. You need stuff that is aggressive, compelling, that doesn't shy away from conflict or taboos. It needs to be powerful. It needs to be compelling. It needs to be the things that people would feel exist as a quiet part out loud type situation. Um, that's what you would need to push harder and unapologetically. And again, you don't need these social media style thumbnails. I think clean, bold, more aggressive, minimalistic thumbnails work for something like this. I had a channel that had a somewhat of this direction that I started during the pandemic. Didn't follow through with it just because lockdowns defeated the vision I had for it, which is it was meant to be an IRL in-person minimalistic edit. See, I figured out the YouTube quote unquote YouTube easy mode quote unquote 3 years ago, but YouTube easy mode is not what people think. But I figured it out roughly 4 years ago at the beginning of COVID, like 3, 4 years ago at the beginning of COVID. Actually, as I said, like 4 or 5 years ago, actually, 4 or 5 years ago at the beginning of COVID. um, I did not really promote this channel, by the way. If you guys remember, 9 videos, 2,000 subscribers. I did not really promote this channel at all, but I used this thumbnail strategy of minimalist thumbnails and strong, aggressive titles that are almost angry titles, if you will. And we did almost no editing. We used some very interesting ideas for this, and my entire plan for this channel was IRL conversations in my travels, as I was traveling, IRL conversations with real people from my community. And it wasn't like fully podcast style either. It was almost man on the street style, and that's why it was called Real Talk with Roberto. And we were filming it as a cinematic vlog style. So I'm not telling you have to do a cinematic vlog style. What I'm telling you in this case, Brian, is that I think that if you do much more aggressive titles, minimalistic thumbnails, and then you speak to the day-to-day real concerns of people in the 9 to 5, and you tell them how the 9 to 5 is robbing them of their riches, how it's destroying their marriage and their families, how it's breaking them spiritually and depleting them, that they've been lied to about wealth and that money is not the root of all evil. And if you tell them how to build their business like Solomon, if you tell them how to build their wealth and their business like Jacob, if you use those kind of backdrops and storytelling, I think it's more compelling and more powerful. And I think that your inspiration should be Myron Golden. Katie says, would you consider doing that again? The Real Talk with Roberto channel, I've been thinking of how to bring it back, and we'll have to figure out when it becomes right size in my life again and what that looks like. Yep. So, Brian, hopefully that helps. I see you're here. So hopefully that helps, and hopefully you feel like that was a good set of advice and motivation for you. So again, I think it has potential. I just think the framing and value proposition isn't conveyed with the packaging and with the themes. And I think that a lot of people need to look at what's my talent and what's my thing. I think even telling your own transformation story, but keeping it much more straightforward and making it more real to people, is more compelling and stuff like that. When people even talk about YouTube easy mode, I did a whole Twitter thread about this earlier to some degree, and I might make a video about it in the coming weeks. The reality is YouTube easy mode, when they say that and they say, oh, people are back for raw, authentic content, yes, to a degree, but that doesn't mean you can do lazy thumbnails, no editing, and no cinematics, and then not be charismatic, articulate, or good on camera just because you want to be raw and authentic. Raw and authentic works for unpolished, uncut, unrefined gemstones. If you're amethyst, raw and uncut works. If you're diamond, raw and uncut works. Because the raw material is inherently valuable. So if it has blemishes, is a little cloudy, is unpolished, it still sells for a mint because it's amethyst, ruby, quartz, diamond, sapphire. It's still valuable inherently, even unrefined, uncut, unpolished. It's clear that this is a gemstone. If you are coal and you're unrefined and unprocessed, you're only good in plenty. So that's where the difference with this whole YouTube easy mode is misleading. Okay. And by the way, if something is a gem and is valuable, unpolished, uncut, raw, and unrefined, what do you think it's worth if you take the extra time to remove the blemishes and polish it and make it less cloudy? What do you think when you smooth it and cut it? What do you think when you refine it? What do you think it's worth when you put in that little bit of extra effort to something that was already good, something that was already valuable? What then? That's the problem with people who are obsessed with the idea of YouTube easy mode and that anybody can blow up, and why I don't believe that and why it's not real. So for someone like Brian, for example, he could blow up at a certain point with slightly better packaging, more aggressive title, because the value of him without having to super edit things would be that you get to hear from a successful Black professional that started multiple 7-figure ventures. That's inherently valuable. Same thing with like an Anton Daniels, is he's inherently valuable. He's a successful, tall, Black entrepreneur before content creation that did it in corporate America, has real estate portfolio, has stock investments, has done very well for himself, did that 401k matching in corporate, is why he kept the corporate job plus the healthcare, and has been married for 20 years, successfully been a father and married for 20 years, got married once, never divorced. He and his wife, I believe, married each other and they were each other's first choice. So that was that. The um so there's credibility and power because the hard part and the high effort was becoming Anton Daniels. Do you understand? For me, I did the hard part already. The hard part was becoming Roberto. So the thing is, people can put less effort into things like production and editing when they've put the effort into becoming a high quality commodity in and of themselves. If you're someone who only works a minimum wage job, YouTube easy mode isn't for you because you have not become the raw ingredient that would be valuable yet to call yourself doing YouTube easy mode. That's why I believe the YouTube easy mode advice is misleading, not intentionally, but it works for people who are already good. If you're charismatic, yeah, YouTube easy mode. You're charismatic, you're a good speaker, you're good looking on top of it. Easy mode. Of course, life is easy mode if you have those things in many cases. Easy mode compared to normal people who don't have those things. So therein lies some of the answer to top performing people is, again, there are qualities that most people find to be inherently valuable at a glance. That then makes you a gem, because to be a gem is rarity, because you have substantive natural properties that are hard to come by, are immediately noticeable at a glance, and make you stand out from other people. That's where the phrase diamond in the rough comes from. If you're diamond, unrefined, uncut, unpolished, is fine. If you're rough, it's not. So a diamond in the rough, we will take that raw, uncut, unpolished, unrefined. We will take that. The rough, not so much. So diamond in the rough, yes to authentic and raw. The rough with no diamond, get that out of here. Not interested. You understand? So the thing is, if you want easy mode, the hard part is becoming the diamond instead of the rough. So again, that's just my little speech on YouTube easy mode. Full length video coming school soon. Yep. So Alyssa says, channel blew up over a video I was embarrassed about. Yep, that happens sometimes. I had a creator once who blew up for a dumpster diving video, so you're not alone in that one. Um, Video blew up, changed to Vegas travel, lost subs daily. People want my 18 years of business expertise, trying to regrow my subs into coaching. So here's the thing. You can't code switch on an audience very easily and then not lose subscribers and views. So if people signed on for something and then you code switch on them, imagine if you had a vegan restaurant and then you decide to become a Mongolian barbecue joint. That's where the disconnect is happening. So, for example, your most popular stuff was around Etsy, and that blew you up, and you made Etsy content, and people were about it. Okay. Um, some of that still seems to do well. The thumbnail and packaging is a 1 out of 5 to a 2 out of 5. The interesting stories around your Etsy suspension and thing created spectacle around something that is very popular, and then that lent you some credibility. You say you made Vegas content and they left. I'm not seeing the Vegas content on your channel. So I guess you pivoted back to Etsy after enough of them left, is what you're saying? Or maybe you got rid of the Vegas content. But I think the problem with the Vegas content was that I think the problem with the Vegas content, why they left it, was a code switching thing. You unlisted the Vegas content and it's under a playlist. Okay, got it. So yeah, so the mistake was The pivot. The mistake was the pivot. I don't know why you pivoted from the Etsy content. I guess you were embarrassed by the situation, but you pivoted from the Etsy content to make Vegas content. I think that it was bound to happen that subscribers were going to leave because you code switched on them. You took when they came to a vegan restaurant, you switched to a Mongolian barbecue joint. That was an inevitability. If you change the value proposition of your business, then people leave. I think that content creators, I haven't said this, and I'm not the one to say this. Content creators have been lied to and told that they are the niche and they are the value proposition of their content and that people come for them. And that is a bold-faced lie. That works for young YouTubers who make entertaining, funny, cringy videos. Yeah. So since you went back to Etsy content, you gained another 2,000 subscribers. Exactly. As much as people don't like to hear it, and as much as people feel trapped by their niche, what it is it comes down to when you choose a niche, it's not choosing a topic, it's choosing a community. Do you know what the community of Etsy content is? The community of Etsy content is primarily female entrepreneurs, crafters, and side hustlers. That's what Etsy is. By getting Etsy, you have a primarily probably 70 to 80% or more female audience, probably most likely between the ages of 20 to 55. I'm probably guessing your audience avatar right now. Okay. And they want to either make side income or become full-time entrepreneurs doing digital or physical products. And so that means they have an ultimate goal. And Doug is right here. People come for the content. They may ultimately stay for you if they vibe with you, but that will be also the minority of them. That'll be a fraction of percent. So look at the playlist for the unlisted videos. Okay. I don't necessarily know exactly what will be relevant there, but it's 21 of these videos up. Okay, that doesn't help me because that auto plays. I need view full playlist so that I can see the views on these. Yeah, these got minimal views because it confused the audience and the algorithm. Less people responded to these. They didn't care. It was the minority of your overall audience, and it was something that YouTube didn't necessarily know who to put in front of. Your audience responded to it less, so that's why these didn't do well, and that's why you lost subscribers off of them. So yeah, so I looked under the playlist. I saw the old Vegas content. Yeah, it clearly wasn't working. You're doing much better views in shorter periods of time by doing Etsy focused content. Again, it pivoted to something that you might have cared about with the Vegas content because maybe that mattered to you, or maybe you wanted to um, move to more vlog centric stuff. Maybe you were bored, or to your point, you said you were a little embarrassed by the fact that the main thing that blew up was because your Etsy store at the time had gotten shut down, or you got sued, or what have you. But the reality is, it made you interesting and compelling. It helped people figure out how to navigate what they were trying to do with their own Etsy side hustle. So again, you doing the Vegas content felt to that community that you were abandoning them, and then it was making it more about you than them. Being a content creator, as much as you've been told that it's YouTube, it's actually not YouTube. It's audience tube. It's that if we ask people for attention, the audience comes first. What people want to watch is more important than what we want to make if we care about our views. If we don't care about our views and all we care about is having a public journal of our life, then we make whatever we want and we don't worry about views and subscribers. If we want views and subscribers, we put the audience first. We make what they respond to. As Doug would say, viewer tube. Exactly. We call it YouTube. It's really viewer tube. It's really viewer tube. It's YouTube if you're a consumer. It's not YouTube if you're a creator. It's viewer tube, right? It's them tube. So it's only YouTube on the consumer side. It's not YouTube on the creator side. That sounds antithetical to what people want to believe about YouTube or what content creators have been told, but it's not It's not that I've told you that you are the niche. I don't say that. I don't say you are the niche. I don't say that viewers come for you. And that's why I also had to debunk the YouTube easy mode stuff of, that it's only all in about your authentic self. No, it's about that if people value what that creates. We are valued based on what we make in relation to what people want to consume. It is a commodity. That is how it is. That is discouraging or disappointing to people, but I just think that you have to know that that's the case. You are valued based on the experience that people have from being around you. So if you are someone, you're valued because you put them in a good mood. You're valued because you help them make money. You're valued because you look out for them. You're valued because you're a font of wisdom to them. You're valued for whatever utility you provide to their life that makes their situation better. And they decide what they value. It's usually, unfortunately for most people, not our personality. It's something more tangible to them that they want to extract from us. For a lot of you, y'all do not care what I think about Star Wars this week. You all are not interested in, for the most part, the majority of you do not care about my old war stories from my time in IT or in the ad agency side. You really don't care. Some of you do, most of you don't. You care about how I can help you get a larger audience on social media, primarily YouTube, what I can offer you in content strategy, what I can offer you in monetization strategy, how I can help you get more reach on your content, build a stronger reputation and personal brand, get more followers, how I can help you make more money, increase your revenue. Those are the three primary things that you guys want from me. My personality is the icing on the cake. It is not the meal itself. So it's the minority of people that are invested in our personality. Hard pill to swallow, hurts our self-esteem, but it's the truth. So what we have to do is think about what our audience values more, what our audience values most, and then be consistent in delivering on them for it. Again, there are people like Katie and Doug and Nardvillain and a couple of y'all, maybe a good portion of y'all that are the live stream audience would watch whatever Roberto wants to say, whatever Roberto wants to talk about, but that is not the majority. And it has nothing to do with how high quality the content is. If you want an example of that, the last two videos I did on music copyright are searchable evergreen content. Most of the audience, when it showed up in their notifications or in their sub box, didn't click on it. It has nothing to do with the fact it wasn't a high quality video. It's a video that didn't address their needs now. When they get a copyright claim, when they get a copyright strike, if that happens on that channel, then they will watch that video from me or someone else, not a minute before. This was the same cycle on my green screen video 2 years ago. It'll take more time to get those views, but that's how it is. I'm just using that as an illustration or an example for all of you, whether it's for Alyssa or anybody else, to make a point of, we are told so much that our personality and the quality content is what matters. What really matters is if people care about the topic at that particular time. That will decide if they watch a video. And also, we will have to fight for their attention with the thumbnail, and then we will have to relate to them with the title. Topic, title, thumbnail, and timing are what decide the fate of a video, not quality, which is why almost everyone here has gotten more views on a video they spent 20 minutes on at some point than a video they spent 2 hours on at some point. So we need to remember that it really comes down to those primary things, and that those ultimately drive the views to our videos. It is about what they want to watch and why they want to watch it and when they want to watch it. And it's our responsibility to understand and anticipate that, and to package and to make our content and our strategies accordingly. And so again, the reason I tell you guys even now that what you'll want to do between tonight and tomorrow is go watch my two recent videos is you're going to see for yourself. It's some of the highest quality content I've made, some of the easiest to consume content I've ever made, and that the production editing, audio are all immaculate. It's some of my highest quality content with some of my lowest view counts, initial view counts in a 48-hour period of all time. I'm not sweating it because once the search engine is consistently delivering 100 to 200 views a day, the numbers will go up. It'll be fine. I'm not worried about it. It'll do just the same thing that my green screen video did 2 years ago. And so it'll have a trajectory to 50 to 100,000 views, maybe in 200,000 views, just like the green screen video did. Green screen video is almost at 250,000 views. For those of you doing content like content around Etsy, which is similar to what I did when I did content around Photoshop or Premiere Pro or anything like that, or even YouTube help videos, it's about evergreen content. It's about boiling things down to like 3 or 5 main things that the audience cares about more and cares about most, and then verifying what those things are, why they matter, what the standard of packaging and relevancy and timing is for them to matter, which parts of those are evergreen, which kinds are those are seasonal, which parts of those are more reactionary or immediacy for views. So that's why those things tend to matter and how they will get views in terms of immediate views versus long tail views over a period of time. So it's just something to understand and to put into context. So that's it for another week of channel reviews, everybody. Thank you so much to everybody. I am positive we got all of them. I am positive that we got all of them. Thank you to all the super chats outside of the channel reviews. Really appreciate all of you. Hopefully you all found this helpful. And, yeah, I'll probably have some water and some throat coat tea here. Yeah. But yeah, thank you all so much. Appreciate you. Hope that you found this valuable. If you missed it, earlier today, we did the first episode of the Create Something Awesome Today podcast for the year. That is over on the podcast channel. We are going to do more of the solo episodes instead of just interviews going forward. So if you haven't watched that yet, please go watch it on the podcast channel. If you get a chance in the coming weeks, listen to the interviews on the audio podcast on Apple or Spotify. We will have some solo episodes coming out as we grind our way to episode 100. I think we're at episode 88 or something. We're grinding to episode 100. So we have some solo episodes dropping. I recorded a live solo episode, and then we did a Q&A at the end after the recording. That's up on the YouTube channel right now, so you can definitely make sure you check that out. We have some fun things planned for that in the podcast. Like I said, we're also going to do more channel reviews on the channel. We're going to probably try to do those weekly. Again, thank you to everybody who got in the super chats. One of the cool things about doing them weekly is if I'm doing and averaging about 20 of them a week, it means that we'll end up reviewing 1,000 channels a year and almost 100 channels in a month. So there'll be interesting data points and things from that. It'll be really interesting. We did it successfully in the past, so I just figured, why not bring it back? And so definitely really excited about that. Thank you to everybody who super chatted. Thank you to everybody who commented. Thank you to everyone who subscribed. Thank you to everyone who liked the video. If you haven't left a like yet, make sure you do that on your way out. Links to all affiliates and sponsors are linked in the description. So make sure you're checking out those things. Make sure you're checking out awesomecreatoracademy.com. We're going to end the stream with an outro that will tell you more about Awesome Creator Academy and how you can join the pro group. If you're interested, stay awesome, and I will catch you in the next video. Take care. Becoming a content creator can be a very lonely process and adventure, but it doesn't have to be. When I first got started going from 0 to 100,000 subscribers, I had to do it all by myself. I didn't have a community of like-minded and like-hearted creators to talk to or to ask for advice, and I certainly didn't have a mentor to guide me along the way. I built the Awesome Creator Academy Pro Group because when I was getting started, what would have meant the world to me is not to have to struggle alone when it comes to being a full-time content creator. If I had had a community of creators that I could talk to and share information with, I would have avoided a lot of mistakes in my early career, and there would have been opportunities with brand deals where I would have gotten a better understanding of how to negotiate, and I wouldn't have undersold myself. I wouldn't have been taken advantage of in those early situations. So in the Awesome Creator Academy Pro Group, myself and our co-instructor Andy Rivera, we meet twice a week for office hours with our creators, and we share information, we talk about how we're building our creator businesses, and we offer constructive criticism and critique on the things that we're working on for our projects. You'll be part of a community of usually around 100 like-minded creators who are taking this seriously just like you are. You'll also have all access as a pro group member to all of our past, present, and future courses, training, templates, digital downloads, and swipe files. You have full access to our creator blueprints where you'll see our systems and the frameworks that we use to execute. You always fall or rise to the standard of your systems. A lot of people really underestimate how important that is. We have digital download templates that can help you so you don't have to start with a blank canvas. These done for you files are actually incredibly helpful, especially for things like your thumbnails, your media kits, and anything you need for your branding as a content creator to look professional. We have email swipe files that help you with reaching out to brands. We have great information in helping you price yourself and build your packages appropriately. And remember, as part of the pro group, you have the opportunity to ask questions from myself and all the other creators participating. And so this means that if you need to ask questions about negotiation or a brand deal, there's something you're not sure about, you're trying to find a better monetization opportunity with merch or affiliates, you have people who have done it before, who are already making money, that you can reach out to for advice. As I said, when I was starting out and I was flying solo, this is the thing that I wish I'd had the opportunity to be a part of, and it would have made all the difference in the world in helping me be an even more successful content creator. If you have questions, you can always reach out via support. We're happy to help you figure out if the pro group is right for you. Also, we do have the opportunity if you become a VIP member, if you also would like quarterly one-on-one coaching with me directly. Now go out there and create something awesome today, and hopefully we'll see you in the pro group. Take care.